Well, hello again, and welcome back to the Cheers to Comics podcast. I'm your host, Brian Wayne, and with me is my faithful friend in the podcast world, Ken Moneybags himself. What's up, dude?
What is going on, fam? It is that time of year where you and I get together and break down the best of the best of the best in the world of comics. No better time than the annual Cheersies.
That's right. This is not any ordinary episode. This is the fourth annual Cheersies. And I know it's been a strange year for Cheers to Comics on the audio waves on account of me trying to take on a comic book store and the economy crashing. And I decided I was going to start pressing comics and restoring comics. And I had to stay in comics one way or the other. But I told Ken at the beginning of the year, I was like, dude, I know shit's been weird, but I promise you, we're still doing the Cheersies. It's a necessity. There, and here we are. I am a man of my word, and this year, it's bigger than ever, and it's a lot of thanks to you, Ken, because you showed me some technical things that I was extremely ignorant on. For all the people out there that voted, you may have noticed that it wasn't sequestered to just 4 choices through a Twitter poll. We opened this bitch wide up, and we allowed write-ins, and oh man, yeah, the it's and because of that, the turnout for votes was triple all of the past year's turnout. So I got to thank you for that, Ken. And I mean, it's we're getting more traction than ever on the socials. The creators that have been supporting this goofy little fake award show.
Yeah,
It is,
it's been wild to see, but I think before we even get into it, I definitely got to shout out some people that were helping me do this as well. And I just got to stand up quick. Shout out to Sean from Metalcore Nerds, who has allowed
yeah,
me to
man.
spam their entire Facebook page. Matt from Hops Geeks News, Marty, and everybody in the Radiant Black Discord who do a phenomenal job in there talking Massiverse all day, every day. Sean from the Caption Life podcast and the Lumicasters podcast, or Lumicasters Discord, I should say. And last but certainly not least, Mike and everybody over at the Nerd Initiative, because they really got behind this year and really were helping to make some votes happen. The biggest voter turnout I think we've had on this. So cheers to them.
Yes, yes, and believe it or not, this is the first drink of the new year. I told myself, I mean, I'm not a big drinker, but I was like, if I'm gonna have a drink, New Year isn't the day. It's the Cheersies, man. It's the Cheersies. There's so much to celebrate this year, dude. It was like the comics were back in full swing. There was no COVID excuses or anything like that to fall back on this year. No weirdness in that sense. Comics were back. So, oh man, there's so many great things that happened. It's just I don't even know where to begin. Should we just start handing out trophies and shit? Like, should we just jump into this?
Well, I think, yeah, we can definitely get into it because obviously, in case anybody is tuning in for the first time or hearing this in podcast form for the first time, Brian and I go through the categories that we think stand out to every comic book fan that definitely we want to show the praise to everybody that's been putting in all the work for this year. So we give awards out for certain genres, for entire creative teams, breaking down from inker, letter, color, or I mean, artist, writer, every kind of format that we can do to say thank you to the creators for putting on such an amazing content throughout the year. So we like to do it our way. And we definitely had a lot of nominees this year. So it's going to take a little while to get through everybody, but we want to give so much shine to everybody. Shout out to Alan Dunford from Top Hat Promotions in there. I see him in there. Pocus Hocus is no joke, folks. And if you're not supporting that and everything that they're doing over there, get familiar real quick. Shout out to Alan, dude. Awesome.
Oh yeah, and you're gonna see the name Alan Dunford associated with the Cheers to Comics podcast here real soon. So
Love
yeah,
hearing
super
that.
excited about that. Very excited about that. And you're right, Ken. There. I do put up a lot of categories, not nearly as many as I did the first and second year, because I think I had like 20, 25 categories. Like I mean I split it down to everything, and over the years I've trimmed the fat to what I feel are the most necessary type of feats to, I guess, give praise to. Uh,
Mm.
but oh man, nevertheless, it was there's we got a lot of categories to go through. So you viewers, we will be taking a break at one point or another, so you guys can all take a piss and refill your brewskis and all of that good stuff. So yeah, let's get
Let's
down
get
into
into it.
this, man.
Let's do this, man.
Let's do this. Uh, you know, I don't give out I don't set up categories for every single genre in comics, but there is one genre specifically that it really does stand out. You know, you can't really it's hard to have like a comedy award in comics because I mean, they're all funny books in their own way, you know.
Mhm.
So it's yeah, but the one category that has been just catapulting in the indie comics just realm is horror. The horror
Yeah.
genre is bigger than it's ever been in comics, and as a horror lover, I mean, this is just an amazing time to be a fan of horror comics. So, um, off the top of my head came up with four that just really stood out to me this year, and Ken had one. Well, actually, no. I mean, I think we both kind of agreed on Night of the Ghoul. You just you just had to
We
remind
actually
me.
we started out with yeah, I was gonna say we started out with just 5 nominees. You had 4 in there. I had to throw one in there, which we'll get to in the breakdown. And then literally everybody that was writing in filled this up. That I think we came out to be like in total.
Yeah, no, there was a bunch. There
Like
was
it
a
was
bunch.
something
So
crazy like that.
yeah, man. Oh, it was. Um. So yeah, and originally, the ones that came to my mind were Silver Coin. Silver Coin, I believe, took it last year, didn't it, Ken? It was definitely way up
Yes.
there for the Cheersie. I'm pretty sure Michael Walsh brought home the Cheersie for Silver Coin last year. Um, I Hate This Place was one that stood out to me quite a bit. I love the first few issues of that have been out so far. James Tynion the fourth came out with The Closet, and that was as creepy as I could have hoped for. You know, the guy's been killing it with his horror genre lately. Dark Ride.
Yeah.
Dark Ride, man. Jesus. That's just horror. That's a horror book right there. I mean, it is disturbing and it makes you feel uneasy and hmm. And then Night of the Ghoul, you know, I mean,
Yes.
one that's been put out by multiple publishers at this point. Ken, why don't you talk a little bit about Night of the Ghoul? Because you've actually had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Scott Snyder on the ODPH podcast. So you got a little bit more insight on this story than I do. So what made Night of the Ghoul stand out to you so much to where you had to nominate it?
See, for me, I've been fortunate enough, like you touched upon, to talk to Scott, who is an amazing creator, and what he's done with this line over at Comixology Originals via Best Jacket Press, and the concept of doing it at digitally first and then coming out to print via Dark Horse Comics has been game changing. And when the original lineup came out with We Have Demons and Clear, Night of the Ghoul was the third book out in that lineup. And for me, contrary to popular belief, if you read Parlay Points, I was never a big horror fan, but I got into Night of the Ghoul with Francisco Francavella's artwork, and I was blown away. It just had this modern vintage feel to it that I was like, okay, this is what horror should be. And this was nothing really over the top, nothing super gory, but just more like psychological in the effect of you have somebody that finds this hidden movie that is supposed to be erased from time, and yet he finds the director behind it in this nursing home and just goes out of control from there. I don't want to spoil this, but I
Mhm.
literally sat there and every issue I was like, what? Like I had to literally go and reread them immediately. And then the finale is like the ultimate mic drop moment. I'm so happy this is now getting picked up for production.
Mm.
So if you're not familiar with this book, and like I said, it just came out via Dark Horse Comics on print. Go get this ASAP. Absolutely
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's a great recommended read if you're into horror for sure. But we're not going to limit ourselves to just the five that we chose because the whole point of the Cheersies is it's the voters, it's you guys. You know, we don't hold an academy or anything like that where you got to have a you know, certain credentials and shit to be able
Oh,
to
hell no.
for your voice to no, this is all about you guys. So with that being said, let's talk about some of the other write-ins in here this year because I was very happy to see some of these pop up. Because I'm not gonna lie, when you're sitting here, you know, a month before the Cheersies trying to remember everything you read in the last 11 months, it's hard, you know,
Mhm.
and yeah, sometimes I miss stuff, and this is why I have you all here. So, some of the stuff that was written in multiple times, and one that I feel kind of ashamed I didn't add it initially because I just read it recently and I was raving about it. Was Rogues Gallery.
Yeah.
Rogues Gallery was incredible. I mean, I immediately fell in love with the character. The premise was awesome, and I mean, I even did like a whole produced TikTok clip about how incredibly thoughtful and provoking and witty that this book was, while also being terrifying because it had like the what I call the human centipede effect, to where everything that's happening is 100% possible, 100%, and that's what makes it so scary, you know. And that's what Rogues Gallery had. And I mean, the road that we're going down right now, I mean, Rogues Gallery could be, I mean, something that we were experiencing within a decade's time. I mean, it's crazy. So I mean, I thought Rogues Gallery was kind of like the recount of last year. You know, it was
Mhm.
only more of a horror. Another one that was written in that doesn't surprise me at all was Philadelphia. Philadelphia has been going strong. Jason, Sean Alexander, Rodney Barnes, like they're doing awesome things to the vampire genre. It's only a matter of time before HBO Max announces this. I guarantee it's being developed right now and just unannounced because Rodney Barnes has a big deal with HBO Max. He's the one that is doing the Winning Time show, that Lakers show.
Okay.
Yes, I mean he's a big time movie and TV producer. You know, it's how he made all of his money. He just so happens to also be damn good at writing comics as well. So the fact that Philadelphia slipped in there, not a surprise at all. Um, Nice House on the Lake. I guess that did wrap up this year. It felt like that was a last year book, and that's probably why I didn't add it in there. But it did wrap up this year. It's got some votes in there for that one. And in the same lines, James Tynan, Something is Killing the Children. People are still loving that one. Um,
I love that series. Between
y-
that and House of Slaughter, both
yeah,
books are
yeah.
absolutely amazing.
See, and I mean, if you've listened to the show at all, you kind of know where I stand with Something is Killing the Children. That first issue was absolutely unbelievable. And then the second issue threw me for such a loop that I dropped it. And it's probably my biggest regret in comics was dropping Something is Killing the Children at number 2. Because after you couldn't find the issues after that because it became so popular and low printed. I mean, even now, I mean, like a 6th print number 4 of Something is Killing the Children. I don't know what the market now, but the last time I checked, it was still like 40 or $50. You know, that's insane. So the fact that Something is Killing the Children is still highly praised is absolutely no surprise to me. It was written in, and honestly, I kind of knew it would be.
Yeah.
So yeah. Let's see here. What else stood out? Winchester Mystery House. Are you familiar with that at all?
Not really. Like I saw that pop up and I've been meaning to go back and check it, but that one did not ring a bell to me at first.
Well, I bet you some people go check it out now. See, that's what I love about these write-ins, is it brings attention to things that you and I, people in the industry, are unaware of.
Mhm.
And when, you know, Yeah. Therefore, others will now be aware of it. One that was written in as a horror, I'm very excited, was Ghost Rider. Ghost
Yes.
Rider, to me, see, when I read Ghost Rider, I'm like, this is fucking metal. But I mean, metal is horror in its own way. And it didn't really click to me that the Ghost Rider title is a Marvel horror title. But they're right. It is. And well deserved to be put in and nominated in that genre. Because it's, oh, I got things to say about Ghost Rider. And I will later on.
Absolutely.
Basilisk. I know that you were reading Basilisk. I know that you're in with Boom, rubbing elbows with them. So,
Oh yeah.
uh, who was it that was doing Basilisk? Was that a
That was Cullen Bunn and Jonas
Yep, that
Sharp.
was a Cullen Bunn. When Cullen Bunn is so synonymous with the horror genre now in comics. Like he's got a million different horror ideas. Cullen Bunn does, and it's I I almost want to give him a big hunk of credit for kind of catapulting the genre in comics, the horror genre, because I mean, I just felt like everything that was coming out horror for a while was him, and then
Mhm.
everybody else started doing horror. It's like it was kind of like the redheaded stepchild you didn't want to claim, horror.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, the one thing is with Basilisk, that was just such an intense read, and then like nothing back.
Yeah,
And finally get to the end of the story. It is a absolutely satisfying ending, and it's just absolutely just wild how that ending just will just leave you going like, whoa.
yeah. Yeah, see, I didn't get to finish it,
So
but I remember picking up number one, like on for just strictly out of speculation and the premise, because eventually all of these horror books are going to start getting picked up. You can only do no,
mhm.
you can only do 11 Halloween movies. No, you could keep doing those, but but I mean, I want to see the horror genre expand on screen based off of comic book stories. To me, that would delight me because I'm
Mhm.
a horror fan. Like I've said it like 11 times this stream already.
Yeah.
This is a genre that very much excites me, and the stuff that I mean, a silver coin Netflix show. Come on, like it needs to
It writes
happen.
itself.
If seriously, I mean, if Netflix can fund Black Mirror, then you can fund a silver coin show. Let's
Yeah,
make
that's true.
Michael Walsh rich. Let's do this. Um, a few other ones in here. Curse of Cleaver Country. I could have swore that I added that one to my pull list, but I guess not. I could picture the issue number one cover in my head. I'm pretty sure I even talked about it in one of the few pull list priorities I did this year. But out of Source Point Press, getting some praise. Some people thought that Curse of Cleaver Country was the best horror series of the year. Ah, that's awesome. Um,
Sourceblade has been doing such good work this year too.
yeah. And we're gonna get to Source Point. I got some things to say about them.
Okay.
Twisted, Haunted, Hions. I'm guessing that's like an ICP type of thing. Um, I
Yeah,
don't
that's the
know.
way I kinda read that one.
Because I mean, that's I'm pretty sure that's excuse my ignorance, listeners. I apologize, but I'm like 99.86% sure that's spinning off from the ICP books. I didn't realize their books were horror. I thought they'd be more comedy, but I guess that makes sense.
Mhm.
But someone thought that was the best thing of the year. That's amazing, and this is why this brings me to a point that I say all the time. I do my damnedest not to talk shit on books, no matter how much I dislike it, because out there, in the 7 billion people on the planet, odds are damn good that at least one person out there thinks it's the greatest thing on the planet. Because that's how
Mhm.
it works. And if one person out there thinks it's the best, then it can't be absolute shit, right? I mean, you may not like it, but it doesn't mean that you can't it's not worth recommending to someone. I mean, because there's a book out there for anyone. And I know it kind of sounds like I'm sitting here talking shit about ICP, but it's a good point though.
No,
You know,
it's absolutely a good point to make, because the thing about this award show specifically, and even just anybody's fandom, like if you're a fan, be a fan. As long as you're not being toxic,
mm,
it's completely fine. And this is your book, like nobody is going to be mad at you about this. And as long as you are just being a positive fan, it's all good.
yeah. Yes, sir.
So
Uh, let's see what else slipped in here. Freak Show Kingdom. You know, to me that issue was so
yeah,
beautiful. I I didn't really find it, it just completely slipped the mind that it was a horror book. Yeah, it's a zombie book. You know, it's clearly a horror book, but I just found so much beauty in the end of that story, or the entire story, but the conclusion of it, that it just it didn't feel like horror at the end. You know, it's so. But I love that somebody else out there thought that was the best horror book of the year, because it was just a one shot. I mean, that's a one shot out of Second Sight Publishing going up against all of that. Someone thought it was the
yeah.
best. That makes that makes me feel real good. And then let's see, what was the last one that got in here? Door by Door, Night by Night. You familiar with that one at all?
I believe that's Cullen Bunn too.
Is it? That would make sense. That would make
I
sense.
want to say it is. It was something. The name is ringing a bell. No pun intended. But I want to say that was him, and I can't remember what publisher it was, but I remember
Yeah.
hearing about that.
It feels like Boom, but I could be
No, it wasn't.
wrong.
It wasn't Boom
No,
though.
you
I
would know
know.
if it were Boom. You would know.
Right.
Yeah, well, shit. It's on my radar now. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, like
But we
that's up
do.
there.
Oh yeah. But we do have a winner here. This was not a surefire winner though. This
No,
was
this was
this
highly
was
contested.
yes. This was, oh man. This little pie chart was all split up. Uh very close. So I'm guessing my five nominees here were the ones to really pick from. Ken, would you like to do the honors to hand out the first Cheersie of the night?
Absolutely. So the Cheersie for best horror comic is by Comixology Originals and Best Jacket Press. Night of the Ghoul by Scott Snyder and Francesco Francavilla.
Hell yes. Cheers, man. And eventually, one of these years, I will find someone that can 3D print me some actual awards. This will happen. It will happen. But apparently people don't want to print up little beer mugs to hand out to comic book creators.
We're gonna
Shame.
get this. We'll get it figured out one of these years. We're gonna do something big for that. But that's awesome.
Yes.
And like I said, this was one of the most highly contested categories in all the Cheersies and all the write-ins too. Man, that was one great thing to see. Is just everybody showed out for this genre and just how much it's on the horizon for 2023. Like it's not going to slow down anytime soon. There's so many good books coming out. I know Alan's in the chat too. He's got Chainsaw or Grandma Chainsaw that's coming out. You've got also Specs by Boom, which is just about halfway in their mini series right now, but that's an excellent tale. And there's more coming out. This for horror fans, get ready.
Oh yeah. No, this year is stacked. So, congratulations, Scott Snyder, Francesco Francavilla. You guys, first Cheersie of the night. Fun stuff. We got a long ways to go though. We got
Yes,
a
we
long
do.
ways to go. Oh man. This next category is a category that I knew was going to have so many write-ins. I think, what did I have, like 7 originally myself that I submitted, 7 or
Yeah.
8. It was a
Yeah,
lot.
you had 8.
Yeah, it was quite a bit, and I could have just kept going. But I knew that work could be done by you, the viewers, the listeners. So, in this next category for best new character. Well, man, there's a there's so many, like I said, so many great ones to choose from. Let's find the there it is. Aha. Let's get it up here. Man, this was, like I said, a tough year when it came to picking best new character because so many shined. Let's start with Jessica Harrow out of Grimm. This was
Mhm.
a character that right off the bat, I had Erica Slaughter vibes. I was like, this character's gonna stick. She's badass. She's fun. She's got a good story. It's I don't know. It's what I want in a new character, in a new book, in a new series. It's she was awesome, man. And I know you're reading Grimm, aren't you?
I love Grimm.
Yeah.
I think it was well, we'll get to like best series a little later in the show, but when I read issue 1 by Stephanie Phillips and Flaviano, I was absolutely blown away. I thought everything that this book had, it was a vibe. It was just an energy to it that I had not read pretty much all year. And just the little things they do, even like how they letter in music lyrics in the snow for the first issue. It's such a
Hmm.
cool concept and just is such a unique energy to it. I was absolutely blown away. I was hooked after issue 1. I got the chance to meet Stephanie down in New York Comic Con, and I was trying not to fanboy out completely because of how much I love this book.
Yeah.
And this is one that I'm telling you is just going to get bigger and better as the year goes on now in 2023.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No, I see this one, and I hate having to compare every indie book to the success of Something Is Killing the Children, but and everybody's looking for that next Something Is Killing the Children. I think Grimm really might be it. I do. It's got so much potential to just keep going and going and expanding. And I mean, when you're dealing with death, we've all read and watched The Sandman at this point. That shit can go on forever.
Mm,
There's more
yeah.
than one problem. It's no, I'm very excited for Grimm. Um, Out of Spider-Man, there were so many new characters that came out this year. But off the top of my head, the two that really, really, really stood out to me were the Gold Goblin,
Hmm.
old Norman Osborn taking on the mantle as a hero. Um, I'm I'm liking the storyline, man. I am. What was it? ASM 14 of this current run would have been his
I
first
believe so.
appearance. Yeah. Yeah. How are you feeling about the Spider-Man stuff right now, Gold Goblin?
It's interesting. Like I'm kind of like mixed a little bit because I'm such an older fan when it comes to Spider-Man that anytime I see something like this, I either get like a hell yeah moment or I'm like, oh no, Clone Saga 3.0, and then I just
Uh,
start getting like cringy. And this one, I'm kind of just waiting to see how this all plays out because let's face it, Norman Osborn redeemed. I mean, it's interesting, but we all know it's not going to last.
yeah,
So
more than likely
we,
not.
yeah. So just waiting to see how this all pans out.
Yeah. Well, with what they're doing or what they're potentially building up with Normie Osborn, his grandson, and
Yeah.
him being the Red Goblin, and then another Goblin that I wanted to add in here, but I knew I wouldn't have enough room in the graphic if I added any more characters in here. The Goblin Queen. I don't know. Maybe one of these goblins ends up sticking around. It's hard to say. But you're right though. It is Norman Osborn, and odds are no, this Gold Goblin. He'll be the Black Goblin in no time. He's or the Gray Goblin or something more not
Mm,
heroic sounding. I don't know. We'll see. But or he could just go back to being the Green
yeah.
Goblin. Who knows? Who knows? Um,
Yeah, see,
also out
I
at
think it's gonna
go ahead.
ultimately wind up going that way, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
No, I said
Yeah.
I think it ultimately winds up going that way. He's gonna resume the Green Goblin because let's face it, he is that goblin.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But the voters out there seem to. There's a few of them out there that seem to think that Gold Goblin's sticking around. He was the best thing this year. So Marvel they will listen. You know, if the
Mhm.
character's getting a lot of love, they might just say, you know what, let's do it like this. I don't know. I mean, I've liked this Zeb Wells run. You know, I kind of like how they're reforming Norman in a way. We'll
It's
see.
interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah. And then Chasm happened. I know that you don't like Ben Riley.
No.
Yeah. See, that's where you and I differ though, Ken, because I'm a big Ben Riley fan. I love Chasm. I'm curious to see where he goes. But the thing that upsets me with Chasm is, as cool as this character is, the Scarlet Spider suit is my favorite spider suit. So knowing that that's just done,
Mhm.
you know, I don't know. But this, I don't know. I kind of like him as just a vengeful type of spider character. I'm, but I know you're biting your lip right now, man. You hate
Uh,
him so much.
well, like, the whole thing about it is anytime you get into clones and when I was reading the Clone Saga in the '90s, it turned me off to Spider-Man. I was so
Yeah,
mad at, like, everything going on with this because it's an interesting concept for a couple issues, but the fact it lasted for a couple of years just was too long in my opinion. And
yeah,
then now he's gone through different incarnations, and it's just like, would he just stay gone, please?
yeah.
But that's me. But, like, I understand there's a pretty big contingent that really likes him, and, like, that's all you. I mean, me, I'm just like, I'm waiting for another goblin to or glider to impale him and, hopefully just shoot him into the sun with a sentry and US agent and get rid of all of them, but that's just me.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could all hope, right? It could
Yes,
happen, and then they'll bring him right back to piss you off,
I
you
know.
know?
Oh my yeah. I'm already hearing the rumors about Thunderbolts the movie, and I'm going, "Oh, no. I'm gonna have
Ah,
US agent and sentry in the same movie."
are
Oh,
there Sentry rumors? I don't wanna go down a
yes.
rabbit hole right now, but
The
oh,
the
wow.
early rumor is apparently the Sentry is the villain. Now take it as strictly a rumor, but I heard that and it just
That's
sort
a
of
big villain for the Thunderbolts.
yeah, which I'm just like, "Well, I'll wait to see the first trailer and hopefully it's wrong for
Hmm,
reasons."
yeah, we'll see, we'll
Yeah.
see. Do you wanna talk about these other indie characters that were nominated this year?
Yeah, so there was 2 books that I really thought should get a lot of attention here, and they're kind of spiraling out of what I think is comics' most, uh, exciting universe right now, and that's the Massiverse, the one that's, franchised by Radiant Black, and 2 characters that really stood out is Bibiana Lopez Yang, who is the star of the Dead Lucky book, which I think is just
Mm,
phenomenal. More people need to talk about this book. Absolutely blows me away each and every time I read the issue. And then you have Dylan Siegel from Rogue Sun. And from what Ryan Parrott and Abel have been doing there is absolutely just, like you think you know what's going on, and they'll pull like a crazy swerve here and there. Issue 4, I don't want to even reveal the ending if you haven't read that. That I was like, wait, what just happened? And
mhm,
then to go into them doing the choose your own adventure book too, which was absolutely creative. I think everything the Massiverse is doing right now, and the cool thing is, and I know that a lot of their creators have said this too, and it is a very well-known fact. You don't need to read every Massiverse book to really know what's going on with everybody. Everybody has their own individual stories. Like this reminds me in a sense of like when Wildstorm opened under Image way back in the 90s. Everybody had their own tale going on, and everybody was allowed to let their characters grow and create and carve their own legacies. And you're seeing a lot of that here with the Massiverse. And I thought for Bibiana, she is absolutely a complex character in her own right. And each issue, you start seeing her just really start to come into her role as being a hero just in her own way. And even in the trailer they had, she doesn't have to be good; she just has to be lucky. And then
mm,
Dylan Siegel, if you haven't read him, the closest it comes off to me is he's more or less like the adolescent Jason Todd, but with superpowers. But not that you want to call a 1-800 number and get him killed like they did in the comics back in the 90s. This is one that you want to see his story unfold completely because he is just somebody that once you start seeing his background and with his family, stuff is starting to get put together that you're just
mm.
like, when he finally becomes the hero that I think he's going to become, it's going to be truly something magical. And like I say, Dead Lucky, Rogue Sun, all day. I highly recommend both books.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot in front of the whole world, Ken. You
Oh,
say you don't have
you're
to
gonna get me
read
in trouble.
I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
make
get me
you
in some trouble
choose.
here.
I'm gonna make you choose. If there were one that you had to recommend first for the massive verse to get people into this and into this whole series that uh, these masterminds are concocting. Which series is it? Is it Dead Lucky? Is it Radiant Red? Radiant Black?
Um, it's funny because I actually talked about this on the Patreon last week. Um, to be honest, you should start with Radiant Black just to get the understanding of what is going on. But I also recommend Supermassive, which was the first crossover with Rogue Sun, Radiant Black, and Inferno Girl Red, which is now getting released in a couple weeks on Image Comics too. So it was a Kickstarter book, and now it's coming to Image. Super excited to see that come. And there's also a
Nice.
cameo from the Dead Lucky in there as well. So that kind of gives you a super quick introduction. I mean, I'll say this because what's the last book I read out of the two? Up here it was Dead Lucky, so I'll go
Yeah.
with that. Melissa Flores
Awesome.
and French Carl Emmanuel are absolutely killing this book. But like I say, Rogue Sun is amazing too. Like this is it's tough. It's tough for me to pick, but I'll say yeah, you have to start with Radiant Black, and then you go to Supermassive, and then you go from there with whichever character you really want to check out. You're not going to go and which the
Right on.
so hopefully it doesn't give me in too much trouble.
Nah. I'm sure they'll forgive you. They'll forgive you. They're all friendly, very friendly people too, and a lot
I hope
of
so. They're
them.
all
Yeah, man. Yeah, you've had some of them on your show, huh? As a matter of
yeah, a
fact,
lot
weren't your first guests?
to, of 2022. Yeah, was actually we interviewed Kyle Higgins, Ryan Parrott,
That's
and
right.
Matt Groom and Michael Basittle.
That's right.
Were all on, and then later in the year we interviewed Melissa Flores too, and they're
Yeah,
all awesome. Can't speak highly enough of everybody there.
awesome, man. Yeah, no, I gotta meet Ryan at Fan Expo this year. Just as nice as you could ever hope a Power Rangers writer could be. It's incredible.
And
Now,
he's a big
oh,
football fan.
mm-hmm.
So when we were at New York Comic Con, we had one of the best football conversations I wish we had
Is
on
that
tape.
right?
Like is Yeah, he's a big Dolphins fan. I'm a Bills fan, so you know how that was going down.
Hmm.
But he's awesome. Like as a fan, like he talks football, he talks everything. I'm hoping to get him back on ODPH very very soon because I definitely got some books I want to talk to him about.
Nice. Hell yeah. Um, some other characters that Marvel put out this year that really stood out to me. Bloodline. She popped off
Hmm.
in the AXE crossover free comic book day prelude they did this year. Um, Blade's daughter, man. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the MCU incorporated her real fast. It just
Yeah.
seems like the right type of character to bring in. We haven't seen too much of her yet, but every appearance that she's getting has spec heat underneath it. So, down to her second cover appearance, as people are like,
Hmm.
"Oh, this is Bloodline's second cover appearance." I'm like, she's 4 months old, but people find weight to her presence already. So, yeah, definitely a character that people are excited about. Has she done enough yet to call her the best? Some believe so. Um, and then there's Exhaust. I guess that would really kind of only be aside from Chasm, Exhaust is really the only villain that made the list this year.
Hmm.
Um, and dude, this character is as metal and as badass as you could ever hope to have as a Ghost Rider rogue. Like this, the character's perfect to go up against Ghost Rider. I can't believe he hasn't been thought of years and years and years and years and years ago. But
Yeah.
the I remember before I even knew Exhaust was going to be a thing. I follow Kyle Holtz on his social, and technically the first cover appearance of Exhaust was on some very like far off store exclusive that
Mhm.
barely anybody knew about. But I saw that art for it, and I was like, I can't wait to see what this character is about. And then a couple issues goes by, and pops off in issue number 7, and he's been everything that I've wanted in a Ghost Rider villain. He's absolutely the best. He's so badass and metal, man. And then you got that like I said, that horror metal type of art behind it all. He's perfect. He's absolutely perfect as far as villains go. He might be my favorite villain, new villain of the year. Just maybe it's because it's fresh in my head, but to me, he's the one. I there's no villain that I want to see more of going forward than Exhaust. But that's just villain. Is that my pick? I don't know. Let's talk about some of the write-ins, and then we'll make our picks, huh?
Sure.
Let's see. Bedlam was in there. Uh, it's another. Well, technically, it's kind of Eddie Brock symbiote now. If you're reading Venom, so it's bringing a new dynamic to that storyline for sure. Bedlam's a big deal in the Venom series, so I mean he's everything in the Venom series right now. So,
Yeah.
are you reading Venom at all?
I'm trying to get back into it. I took a little
Yeah.
break and then I just kind of lost track of the character for a bit.
No, I get it. Once it switched writers like that from Cates to was it Rom V kind of
Yeah,
took over, and then yeah, I'm not sure Rom V's. I think it's Al Ewing writing now,
I
but
think
oh, you
so.
know what? I think they're going back and forth, if I remember right. You know what? They are. They go back and forth.
Okay. Yeah, I
I
thought I
totally
heard Al's
forgot
name was
about that.
active.
But yeah, no, it's they're doing interesting stuff after the whole King in Black thing. It's Venom's going to be a huge, huge, huge deal in the MCU in the next 5 years. I guarantee it. He's not going to be the Sony thing that people are kind of chuckling at.
Yeah.
The Venom is going to be a major, major player, and I know this because Venom's storyline, overall arcing storyline, has been the biggest thing in Marvel Comics in the last couple of years. Like Venom's crossing over into everything because of Null and King in Black and all that stuff. It's too good of a storyline to not make. And
Mhm.
these characters, these new symbiotes. I'm sorry, Bedlam, that ain't Scream. Like this
Yeah.
is this is a dope character. So we'll we'll see. I'm glad Bedlam was thrown in there. God damn, there's a lot of write-ins here. Um, Hollow's Eve was another Spidey character that just popped off. What was that? Issue 13, I think, is when she shows
Yeah.
up.
A
Yeah,
lot of hype around her.
yeah. And rightfully so.
Mhm.
This dark web thing is shaping up into something. Admittedly, I'm a little behind though. Another one that pops out to me that I totally forgot came out this year was the Resurrection Twins out of Task Force Z. Those are characters that I spec'd heavy on. I picked up 25 copies of their first appearance just because I eventually DC spec is going to mean something, and they're that was the whole Task Force Z series was I thought awesome. I thought it was incredible. It was the Undead Suicide Squad. I make that happen. you
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
and the Resurrection Twins, they were a big part of that. That was great. I loved it. Um, let's see here. New characters out of Something Is Killing the Children. Cutter.
Cutter. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, I would say the complete antagonist to Erica Slaughter. What Cutter
yeah,
has done in a short amount of issues, especially the landmark 25 issue, there is a major death that happens there, and it's because of Cutter.
yeah.
And yeah, Cutter is going to be a big, big star of that book. And it's the current story arc is setting up for that eventual showdown, and that's going to get absolutely out of control.
Nice. Nice. Well, I'm glad to see that was written in there. Heartless. I don't believe Heartless happened this. Oh, you know what? Maybe it did. 81. That was at the very beginning of the year.
Okay.
78. Yeah, 78 was the last Nightwing issue of 2021. I remember because it was that incredible one continuous flowing panel
Hmm.
that just snuck in there to win everything as the last issue to come out of the year. Yeah, Nightwing 78 just swept last year. But yeah, no, Heartless has been great. I might have to take back my claim as favorite villain of the year. Um, because Heartless has just done so much more, and he's in the best DC series going on, but at the same time, Exhaust is in the best Marvel series. Oh, am I revealing things? Am I revealing my thoughts? No, I love that Heartless was put in there. Very, very deserving. Out of the Edge of Spider-Verse, a million of them.
Yeah.
I didn't know which one to put in there. I mean, but it seems like the consensus is out of all of them, Night Spider, which is great because that's the one that I spec the heaviest on. I bought the most of was Night Spider. I think that was issue number 3 of Edge of Spider-Verse, if I remember right. I was one of the 6. But yeah, no, good character. Um, I kept reading the series though, just for the sake of the new characters. The art in it was it felt, I don't know, very like manga-ish to me in a
Hmm.
sense. So it was hard for me to draw into what was a good story. It was a great storyline,
Yeah.
but I was just, if it weren't for all the great characters that I feel like I'm obligated to want to try to follow. Um, yeah, no, it's I feel like other people are kind of in that same boat too. You know, I'm not sure that the book would have done as well as it did if it weren't, if the spec market weren't as big as it is.
That's
You
a fair
know,
point.
it's because there's so much Spider already. There's 2 ongoing Spider-Man titles. There's an event going on with the Dark Web, which is tying into everything. Um, so yeah, but Marvel knows how to sell books, and if there's one type of character that they can make a million of and make them all work, it's Spider-Man because of the whole Spider Verse, and
Hmm.
I mean, they know what they're doing. They know
Yeah.
what they're doing. Let's see here. Oh, Nightmite out of Nightwing. That was
What can you
fun.
say? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as a big Batmite fan, Nightmite was a giant must read for me, and it delivered. You know, Tom Taylor creating Nightmite was just perfect. It was perfect. I don't know who could have done it better.
Yeah.
You know, it's and then what was even what was so perfect was, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I might, and like them kind of trolling with the Rick Grayson thing. Like he appears as Rick Grayson,
Yeah.
and yeah. Oh man, Tom Taylor.
I know. I know.
And Nightmite was written in multiple times as well. Let's see here. Oh, Maisie Ways out of Rogues Gallery.
Hmm.
Like I said, I was drawn to that character immediately. I've only read one issue though. Only one issue's been out, so it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh, she's the best thing. But I have a feeling that we will be talking about her in this category next year. As long as Rogues Gallery continues to come out, then I think Maisie Ways is, well. I guess it wouldn't be best new character, but we'll find a way to talk about her. I don't think the talks of Road Galleries over at this in the 4th annual Cheersies. That's for sure. Let's see here. I'm sorry, there's a lot of write-ins here, and some of them just, I think, kind of forgot what year it was. It's okay. Oh, Failsafe out of Batman,
Oh,
issue 125. Chip Zdarsky creating Failsafe, or maybe
yep.
Failsafe was 126, but the arc started 125. Great, great storyline. Great first arc as a Batman writer. Failsafe carried an entire arc, and
Yeah,
made a very compelling arc too. Like
yes.
the way it ended was, and there was no like filler issues within the arc either. They were all just heavy hitting. Failsafe is gonna kill us all. We're screwed. Just I don't know, man. It was a great Batman arc.
Well, that's what you need too, is especially with Batman, if you're going to introduce somebody new there, like you need to establish them in a
Right.
hurry because you're arguably trying to make them stand out in the deepest rogues gallery in all of comics.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to really introduce somebody, you really got to make them stand out.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, man. Well, Moneybags, who would you say was your favorite new character of 2022?
I had to go Jessica Harrow because I could honestly not decide between PB and Dylan. So
Yeah.
I went, yep, I couldn't make a choice between those because I really do love both those books. But like I say, Grimm is just a whole different energy on its own. So I went with Jessica Harrow.
It was hard for me not to choose Jessica Harrow, but as a Ben Riley hopeful,
Oh, oh,
I
you
had to
just
give
made
it
me
to
cry.
Chasm, man. I love the character design. And one thing that I think the character could do with Ben Riley is maybe turn haters around. Like maybe he needs to be a heel. And maybe that needs to be the part he plays. Like make him be the guy you love to hate, not just somebody you hate because they exist.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think he's now getting put and hear me out when I put this theory together with this. I think he's now going to be the new Venom because Venom is the new Spider-Man. And what I mean by
Mm.
this is Venom is in that, I'm going to use a wrestling term here. He's in that whole heel face anti-hero, if you will, moment where fans really love him, even though he's really a bad guy. Well, they need somebody to be an antagonist to Peter on that level that is who is his equal. And Venom had been for years because Venom absorbed everything that Spider-Man knows, abilities and all. So how else are you going to do that unless you have the clone? So
Mm.
it's kind of just this weird role reversal, but it works because at the end of the day, Ben Riley knows that he's just a cheap ripoff of Peter Parker and he'll never amount to anything more than that. And this will just drive his anger and this even make him, fueled more to really go after Peter. So it can make for an interesting story with it. And that's where I think that they're going to go with it. And if they give him time, yeah, he might turn me around to him if they keep going in this sense that he's just bitter and angry at Peter because he's everything that, or Peter's everything that he'll never be.
Yeah. I like that theory a lot.
Thank
It excites me even more about the character, to be honest, because I don't know what they're gonna do with them.
you. Yeah.
I honestly, I kind of, I want him to stay as Chasm. I don't, as much as I love the cutoff sweatshirt,
Yeah.
it's,
I gotta
uh,
admit, I don't mind that. Yeah.
it's a cool Spidey costume, man. Um, the purple and green, I don't know, man. I want to see what this character's capable of. I feel like Chasm could carry a really really good compelling Spider-Man arc with the right writer behind it. I do.
Hmm.
And even more importantly, the right artist, because
Yeah.
I think that's what stands out the most about this character is the design. Like even his first, I get, it's hard to call it first cover appearance, but that Gleason cover that we're going to talk about later on, the
Hmm.
webhead variant, like it's it. It was there was it came at a time where people were burnt out on the webhead variants, and then the Gleason cover came out, and I was going through looking at eBay prices for all the webhead variants. Guess which one in the tanked comic economy is still holding treading water?
Really?
Yeah, it's the character, and Marvel is paying attention to this,
Yeah.
so at least we would like to think so. So make the character do something big. It doesn't have to be right now, Plant a seed for a year from now. I don't need another Spider-Man event this year. I don't need it. I'm sure Dark Web's going to satisfy just fine, but make me want more. And then when the time comes, deliver. And then you got yourself a solid character. But the fans have voted, and this is by far the biggest one-sided poll that we have in all of the categories. And the Cheersie for best new character of 2022 goes to Jessica Harrow and Grimm. And as a speculator, that warms my heart because I got a bunch of her first appearance. It's just a matter of time before the story sees the Netflix or a streaming service or something. It's what are we through 5-6 issues now? We're through the first arc.
First arc is done. It's out on trade paperback right now. So issue
it's already
7.
Out in trade.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Came out when the issue 6 came out last month.
I like that way of going about things. I don't, because some people trade wait, but because they don't want to, they miss an issue or whatever. But sometimes that trade doesn't come out till a year and a half after the series is done.
Mm-hmm.
For them to have the trade ready to go at the end of the arc, I've never heard of that before. That's amazing.
Yeah, they did that, and then just recently, The Black Ghost just wrapped up season 2, and that's now out because that was on Comixology, and the trade paperback just came out. The collection came out this week, I believe.
Nice. Oh man, see that's a game changer. They start putting out trades sooner than, and any creator will tell you money's in trades. It's not in single issues. They make their money off selling trades. So having to wait, a year sometimes before the trade's produced, you're just killing the creators financially. That's huge. I'm gonna start paying more attention to that. I never really paid attention to trade releases just because it takes so long. But is it and that's Boom that puts out Grimm, right?
Yep.
Look at you, Boom, doing it right.
They're doing a lot of good things there.
Jessica Harrow, Boom produced the title that produced the favorite character of all of 2022, and I will say, by a landslide. It wasn't one-sided, but this was the one where I guess it was kind of one-sided.
You know what happened is over the recent weeks, like since we posted it, or I should say recent days, I think now the hype with the issue coming out really got people invested to go read those issues because it did see a big spike because it was a closer race for who was going to win the award until a couple of days ago, and then just kind of exploded.
I guess, yeah, I do remember it being a lot closer in the beginning. Out of curiosity. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to look to see who is coming up right behind her there. And Out of Rogue Sun, man.
Yeah.
Dylan Siegel, son of a beast. That's awesome. I like that. I like seeing that. So congratulations to Stephanie Phillips and Flaviano for creating something fantastic that everybody wants more of. And this is an ongoing, right? They're not gonna. Yes. That's awesome.
Yeah, as far as I've heard, this is ongoing. So unless something changes, I have not heard anything. So I'm still banking on buying it every month.
Nice. Hell yeah. In our next category, it's kind of along the same lines of best new character. They kind of tie together, but looking at the polls and everything, they also vary differently. As far as like what was chosen. So, or does it?
Yeah.
Best spec book of 2022. Now, spec this year is not what it was just because of the economy and everything. When those checks went out a couple years ago, the market, the bubble expanded greatly. And it was a good 2 years. This year, that bubble popped. Things leveled out.
Yeah.
So speculation isn't what it used to be. However, it is far from dead. So this was one where I mean, I could have, I could have made this graphic 4 times over with all different choices. There was so much to speculate on this year. But let's talk about some of these. For the most part, speculation is, if you're not familiar, it's essentially uh, hoping for some sort of big gain on the book in the future, whether it be a first appearance of a character that becomes beloved and makes the big screen, or you know, an indie book that is super low printed and caught fire. I
Mm.
mean, that's kind of the range that speculation falls in. So let's start at the top here with 8 Billion Genies. Charles Soule,
Cool.
Ryan Brown. This was one just like Grimm. I think they came out like a week apart from each other, maybe even the same week. And I remember reading both of them, and I immediately had to tell the world about them. And I called it. I said, "You all will be reading Grimm, and you all will be reading 8 Billion Genies." Well, Amazon read 8 Billion Genies and picked it up before issue 2 even came out. So immediately spec, you know, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, incredible story. It hasn't quite wrapped up yet. We're at issue 6 of an 8-part series, but unbelievable. Just very unique. Another spec book that I truly believe in is Venom #5. This is the first
Mm.
appearance of Bedlam. And like I said, the character is everything in this series right now. Even before he was in this series, he was.
Yeah.
It's the character's big. One book that I would say probably reached a bigger peak than any other book this year was Black Panther #3. First appearance of Tosain. I don't know. He I mean it got up to $100 a copy at one point in time. Went down to about 60, and I think it's kind of leveled off right around between 40 and 60 still. Yeah, we're all waiting to see what Tosin is in the Black Panther universe, because we all know things are real weird with that character and what they're gonna do with them. They're going to kill him off in the cinematic universe. Does it make sense to keep him going in comics? Is that going to be too confusing for readers? Let's possibly create this new character to maybe take over the mantle. I don't know. But a big giant seed has been planted and it's already taking root. We just don't know what the hell is going to come out of Tossin. But
Yeah.
people believe in him, that's for sure. Out of the Death of Doctor Strange, there is a one shot, Bloodstone, and she well, why am I spacing her first name? Damn it, I can't remember her first name. It's not Elsa. It's her cousin, I believe. But there's another Bloodstone out there, and her first appearance shot way up, and then there was a 1 in 10. The 1 in 10 incentive was her first cover appearance that did very well. And when they went on to reprint it, they used the 1 in 10 cover art so that you had her on the cover again. Yeah, and then they put out the what was it? The Werewolf by Night,
Yep.
and then made Bloodstone relevant and made her likable. So, they can make her universe likable, then it's just a matter of time before we see this character on the screen as well. So I felt it definitely stood out in the big ocean of speculative possibilities this year.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to check the name too, and I'm blanking on it as well.
Yeah, it's driving me nuts. This is next year. We need to have like a guy in the chair. We need someone to be able to put up these graphics and stuff for us, soundboard, all that good stuff. Issue 93, the final issue of, what was it, volume 8 of Spider-Man. First appearance of Chasm.
Mhm.
So yeah, and we talked about it a bunch already as to what this character could possibly be. So naturally, his first appearance could turn out to be a big thing.
Yes.
And Miles Morales 38 this year, we had Billy, his little sister, take on the mantle of Spider Smasher. So she's got a code name now. She's so I mean that in itself could be something. It didn't really take off the way I thought it would initially, but I
Mhm.
think it's a big sleeper book. I do. There's just so many spider characters out there. I find it odd that Miles' little sister from the future isn't a bigger deal than she is, but it's just a matter of time before this book
Yes.
takes off. Um, like I said, I just for Edge of Spider Verse, I just kind of all of them, like I think who did I put down specifically? What do I have there? Issue number 3. I think I do have Night Spider as this issue number 3 here, as the one out of the 6 to speculate on.
Yeah, I believe so.
But really, any of them could do anything. Who knows? Who knows? But regardless, we will be talking about Edge of Spider Verse when we're counting our money in a few years. We will. Um, Supermassive. I mean,
Yes.
it's it's one that I bought a bunch of when it came out with. I have a lot of faith in the massive verse. I think by the time I got around to issue number 6 of Radiant Black, I was like, all right, this is gonna be something. This is for a big type of fan out there. It's for a certain type of fan, but there's a lot of us out there. There's a lot of Power Ranger fans out there. That's what it
Yeah.
comes down to. And this is just, I don't want to say it's another version of that, but it's a great homage in its own way. And I, I don't know, man. I have a lot of faith in the Massiverse for sure. And as did you. You were the one that reminded me to add it to the list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the big thing about this, which caught my eye, is obviously this is the first time that they've had a big crossover to this level. And this is the first time that we met the first Rogue Son. So note how I worded that. And
Hmm.
this is also the first time that we saw Inferno Girl Red with Image. This is not the Kickstarter book. So and this is also the first cameo of the Dead Lucky in the end of it. So there's a lot of like hidden Easter eggs for what they had planned out for this year already set in place. And this is one that I thought really got fans, not that they weren't already talking, but there was just such an excitement that was going on with this that now what they have poised for this year with two big events, because there is the No One
Mm.
series that is coming out in March, 10 issue maxi series with a companion podcast that
Oh,
has
no shit.
Patton Oswalt and Rachel Lee Cook are going to be the two star
No
reporters
kidding.
in this murder mystery going on. So,
No
and this is
kidding.
yeah, so this is something to keep an eye out in March when this comes out.
So Matthew from the Sandman is going to be voicing in this podcast. Like
Yes.
that's insane. Like I say it like that to bring like the level of who Patton Oswald is. Like the guy's massive, no pun intended. And I mean, like he just got done voicing the Raven and the Sandman, and now he's gonna, dude, the Massive Verse is going to take the hell. That is so huge for them. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I'm so
Yeah.
happy for that.
Oh, and then the big thing too, which I think they're starting to plant some seeds for now. This is only my personal speculation that I think that the book's coming out relatively soon or setting up. It has been officially announced that Supermassive 2 is coming out in July.
Oh,
So they're
cool.
making a sequel event. So and that's just like the tip of the iceberg for what they have planned out, like amongst everybody that's creating these amazing books over there. So Supermassive, I think, is going to be looked at as like the benchmark to get this all kicked off. Because after that book came out, Rogue Sun came out, Dead Lucky came out, huge success, from talking with all the fans. So this is something to get on board with now. And like I say, it all started with Supermassive.
Nice. Hell yeah, man. Ah, that's exciting. Now, Ken, tell me why Night of the Ghoul was nominated as a spec book. I'm not questioning it. I just want to hear it from your mouth.
Well, I put it down there because it was announced that 20th Century Studios had picked up the movie rights for it.
Hell yes. Hell
So,
yes.
yeah, I go dig the article up. So
Yeah.
if you hear me tapping, that's why. So, but I wanted to make sure about this because that's why I put it down because when this hits big screens, this is going to be a big deal. And then you can go like, oh wait, I've had this book all the time. I'm not saying it's going to go Walking Dead kind of levels, but if anything gets flipped over into a movie, and especially with how well this series is, like this is going to be something I think is going to be well sought after. So that's why I put it down as a spec book.
Well, you could not be more wrong about this being a spec book. I belong to a very a secretive group, if you will, and it sounds cheesy for me to say that, but I do. I belong to a secretive group of speculators that, man, do we have the finger on the pulse? And before even you were talking about Night of the Ghoul, and I know you're way ahead of this, speculators were like, y'all watch out. Like, Night of the Ghoul is going to do something. It was on our list, and the week after it releases on Dark Horse, sure as hell, that announcement is made. And I mean, it's the book is going to do huge things. If you can still find a first print of it out there on the shelf, pick it up because it will make you money. It will. The book has all of the potential to be a huge spec book, because a lot of people before it came out had already read it on Comixology, so they think,
Mm,
well, why do I need to pick it up? I've already read it. Not everybody's a speculator. Well, if it's not highly ordered, that means that there's not a lot of them out there.
right.
And so when it comes time, people are going to be scrambling for them, and that time will come. It definitely will come for Night of the Ghoul. This book will make you some money. Is it going to make you Walking Dead money? No. No, I don't think any book will ever make Walking Dead money again
Mm,
because everybody's seeking that.
yeah.
Like it was uncharted territory before. Now you've been there and you're not going to find it again because it's already been found. But Night of the Ghoul, it definitely has all of the potential for speculators to cash in on. So I'm glad you added that in there because that was an oversight on my end for sure. And well, according to the polls here, we're not the only ones that agree with the potential of this.
Hmm.
And lastly, we're going back to the first appearance of Bloodline. This is a free comic book that's selling for $5 to $7. Before the characters really even done anything. This will be a $25-$30 book raw by the end of the year. That's my prediction. Because it's even as the economy, you see books start to decline. This book is inching up. You're starting to see less and less copies of it available because people like myself are like, why would I sell it for $7? I have a stack of them. I do.
Hmm.
That was my mission on Free Comic Book Day, was to acquire as many of these as I could. And I know that this book will have its day, and technically, I mean, I've already made a 700% profit on it. Like, it's free. Sell for $7. I'm doing all right. But no, it's there's so much to speculate on this year, man. Let's talk about some of the other write-ins. Um, uh, I feel like we kind of hit it on the head, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Noctera was one that was an oversight for sure.
Yeah.
It has all of the potential. I think it's been picked up as well, but then just kind of shushed. I mean, not that nothing's happening with it anymore, but once it's announced, you can only talk about it so much until the next thing.
Right.
the next part of development is announced. So, but then the next other thing's going to come out, and you forget about the other thing. But no, I definitely think that Noctera is going to do big things, and it's hard to find a first print even for sale. I want to say they're going for like $10-15 the last time I looked. First prints, but now other people are hoarding them for sure, and it's gone into reprint as well. So Noctera, I'm glad that was slipped in. You know what? I think that about did it, actually.
Yeah, I
Not a
was gonna
whole
say
lot of
that
write-ins.
covered it. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, no, there weren't a lot of write-ins for it because I think people were trying to really grasp, like, what spec was. Like, I think which, like I said, you broke it down for him perfectly. But I think a lot of people are just, like, speculating, like, "Okay, this is supposed to be book of the year," which because like, we had a lot of great write-ins too, but it's just, like, if you really are analyzing it to spec definition, if that makes sense, then
Right.
yeah.
Well, Moneybags, what do you think the book to cash in on in 2022 was? What was your pick here?
See, I took Night of the Ghoul,
Yeah?
but well, because I just anytime I'm hearing about something getting picked up for a movie or TV show, I always feel that that has got some untapped potential because when you make that crossover from the comic audience to the pop culture audience, there's always that room for possibility. So I figured, okay, if it's already been announced, we got that chance with this book.
Yeah. Yeah, I no, I really agree with that. I mean, we talked about it in depth as to what this book could potentially be for sure.
Hmm.
This was a really, really hard choice for me. But I had to go with Venom #5.
Okay.
Like, and for all the reasons I stated earlier, like Venom will be the big deal in the MCU in the next few years, and his storylines, and Bedlam is a very, very intriguing character, and he's carrying not just an arc, an entire series so far. And it's, I don't know, man. I think the character has all of the potential for sure. Um, do I think he's the best new character of the year? No, I've already stated that, but I think that he has. I Venom #5 is the next Venom #3, if you will.
Hmm. Gotcha.
Um, yeah, it's just a matter of time. But the listeners have spoken, and I don't disagree with
Yeah,
their
I don't argue with
choices
this
at
one.
all. It's like a and the Cheersie for best spec book in all of 2022 goes to 8 billion genies. And I love it. I love it. You
Yeah.
know, it's uh, up until the last week of the year, this was my favorite thing that I read the entire year was 8 billion genies. And I'll get more into that conversation later on as to why it didn't last up until the end of the year. Something took its place. But I mean, it's everything I want in a comic, man. The art is incredibly unique. I gotta give it up to the colorist, Kincaid, or is it Kincaid? I believe Kincaid.
I think
Um,
so.
no, shit, I butchered it. We'll get to him because I definitely nominated him. But I
Okay.
mean, just the art all the way around complements the book to be the perfect. Or I don't know, man.
It's time.
It's what you can give to a new reader that's never read a comic before, that doesn't want to read a superhero book, and go, here, fall in love with this. Like 8 billion genies to me was that book this year, and it's when people see it on Amazon and they're streaming it weekly for 8 episodes. It's gonna be amazing, and it's gonna be all people talk about. It's gonna get the same type of hype that Invincible got on Amazon. I promise you. It's I don't know, man.
By the way, is it Kevin Kipstein?
Kipstein. Thank you. I knew it was a K. I knew it was a K. As soon as I said Kincaid, I was like, nope, that's not it. Shit. Yeah, Kipstein. Just oh man. And the book's gone into reprint. I think issue number 1 is on its 5th printing now, and I think it's going to get 6. I mean, that's amazing, and it's not for the covers, you know. I mean, not to put down the covers at all, but the covers aren't what's selling this book, you know.
Yeah.
For people to desire these reprints, it's the fact that they believe in the book, and more than anything, they probably couldn't find it the last time it came out, you know, because they fly off the shelves as quickly as they do. So, yeah, 8 Billion Genies, number 1, and I will go as far as to say is all of the reprints up to the first 6 issues will also be. You're gonna make money off of them. So, the people have spoken. 8 Billion Genies. That's the one this year. That's the one. Oh man, this is fun, man. This is fun.
Always is, bro. It always is.
Oh, where do we go next, Ken?
We're going to Best Publisher.
Yes, we are.
And we are. I did not see the tally until right now, so we definitely have to talk about this one.
Yeah, I think so too. Man, there's some. it was. Oh shit.
Yeah. I know some late.
It was not like that a minute ago.
Exactly.
All right. So this won't be the first time this happens either.
Right.
Oh man. So let's talk about some publishers this year. You know, I mean, publishers did amazing things. Boom had Grimm. Source Point had Good Boy. Marvel had Marvel. Image had, I mean, take your pick.
Yeah.
Dark Horse had Night of the Ghoul. I mean, DC did things too, I guess. DC had Nightwing is what they had.
Yeah, they had Nightwing and they had World's Finest.
But something strange happened with the nominations this year. Something that we don't... I don't want to say dark horse, but a dark horse slipped in there. For good reasons. Tell us why Comixology is up for Best Publisher this year.
See, I guess I have to say this with a little disclaimer, I guess, because we do press with Comixology originals. But what I wanted to make sure was known about this is a lot of the books that you see them do digitally are some of the best books on the market, bar none. And some are now coming to print via Dark Horse Comics too. But this is the first place you're seeing them. And throughout the entire year, they have been releasing hit after hit after hit. And it's not just all the Scott Snyder stuff too. I want to stress this. You have a lot of different creators putting out a lot of amazing stuff. And I felt like they definitely need to get nominated. And when I talk to people on ODPH social media, a lot of fans are talking about these books too. And I love seeing that because one, you get, like I say, a lot of creative freedom to take some really crazy stories and go some places with them.
Oh yeah.
And, that's one thing that's always great about the indie market in general. And then two, with a good majority of these books now coming to print, you're not taking anything away from supporting your LCS. And in fact, it's kind of like when you go listen to a song on YouTube or a music platform, and then you go out and buy it on whatever way you buy music these days. That's a situation like, okay, it's almost like that kind of feeder system. But for what they do with their Unlimited series, and even if you're Amazon Prime member, like you have access to a lot of great stuff that I just think definitely deserved a lot of shine. And by the way the fans have voted, they definitely came out for it.
Yeah, no, and see, that's what I love about this too, is, there are times when I'm putting these polls together and I'm thinking like, sure, this nominee did great things this year, but will someone think that they were the best? And to see the turnout to people saying that, yeah, no, I think Source Point was the best this year. I think Comixology did better things than Marvel and Image this year. It's testament to show that these indie publishers are having an impact. And, these smaller press publishers that like the little guys, if you will, are having a huge impact on the market to where people are saying that, yeah, no, this was the best thing. My favorite book came out of Source Point, or my favorite book was a digital first. That, I mean, I don't know, man. I love seeing the market surprise me.
Mhm.
I do. I love being surprised. And the Cheersies every year, I mean, they surprise me. They do. And these results were very surprising in this
Yeah.
category, man.
Yes, they were.
Who would you say did the best this year?
This is kind of tough because fortunately we do have press affiliation with quite a few publishers now,
Right.
which is awesome. And shout out to everybody who allows the ODPH to do that. I just want to put that out first and foremost.
Hmm.
But it was tough for me to say who did the best because you take a look around the field. Image Comics, like I said, has arguably the most exciting line of books out right now with the Massiverse, but they also have 8 Billion Genies. They also have a plethora of other hit after hit after hit books. Then you take a look at Source Point Press, and they're doing fantastic stuff there.
Hmm.
Boom Studios, love what they're doing, especially with a lot of the new releases they had this year with Grimm, and then even Specs that just came out, which I can't talk highly enough about.
I know. I the only reason I didn't add Specs in this year is because we've only seen one issue. But
Yeah,
I what just since you brought it up, I have to give Specs a whole lot of credit, man. Like, I think that's one that we're going to be talking about next year for sure.
agreed.
For sure. Like David Boer, man, I'm glad I had him on the podcast in the beginning, like issue number 2 of Kanto,
Yeah,
because the guy is doing huge things, and I think Specs, like, Kanto was a big break for sure, but I think Specs is going to be the thing that make people go, okay, this guy isn't a one-trick pony.
mhm,
Like, he's going to establish himself in this industry for sure with Specs. So,
yeah.
and that was Boom, right?
Yep, that was
Yeah.
Boom. I
Oh
say
man,
Boom has been coming out with some just hit after hit new releases, and then let alone what they've done with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers
bro.
franchise, which I like. Even if you're not a big Rangers fan, and I wasn't until I started covering them, and I started seeing.
Really?
To be honest, I always respected the fandom, but I wasn't like super hardcore about it.
Okay.
And then I kind of jumped in early on when they split the books up. It was Mighty Morphin, and then Power Rangers was a separate one.
Hmm.
And I jumped in right after they did the big Lord Zed reveal and went right into the Eltarian War. And I was like, holy crap, this is amazing stuff. And it's written by Ryan Parrott. And I was like, oh my God, like, okay, I get this because I talked to many people in the podcast comic community and everybody had been screaming, like, dude, you got to get into these books. You got into these books. Tom Craven from Off the Cuff Gaming was like literally shoving them in
Hmm.
my face every time I saw them. And then I got into them and I'm like, I became hooked. And then from what Ryan did, and then when Matt Groom came on board for a little bit, and then how Ryan signed off with issue 100, which is just such a phenomenal read. I can't praise it well enough. And now with Melissa Flores taking over and really hitting the ground running too.
So
Like,
Melissa Flores, as in Dead Lucky,
yes,
is also writing Power Rangers.
yep. Started issue 101 when they merged the books.
I guess I didn't pay attention to who took over writing. I just kind of, because I fell off a little bit when they split them up.
Hmm.
I was more into Mighty Morphin, but at the same time, I was disappointed because Zach was in Power Rangers.
Yeah.
So, but when they merged them all together, I was like, yes. And so I went on a binge. I just read 100 through 102, and
How good.
the Melissa transitions in
Yes.
seamlessly. Like, I didn't notice that it was a change in writers.
Yeah, she hit the ground running, with with I'm not sure, like, hit ground and just with the Dark Mistress vibe and, what they have, like, it has just been just, like I say, just absolute perfection of just exciting superhero stories.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I just went and picked up my last couple weeks worth of books, and 103 was in there. So I'm definitely excited to keep going with that, man. It's if you're a Power Rangers fan, then you're very happy with what Boom's doing with them right now. It's great. And then the
Yeah,
Turtles crossover too. it's it's so awesome.
no, I was going to say, no, especially too, even with the crossover they just had come out with Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just
Yeah.
to cap off the year.
Yeah, man. Ugh. No, it's a good time to be a Rangers fan. And I'm a classic Rangers fan. Once they kind of went off from like the original cast and stuff is kind of where I quote unquote outgrew being a Power Rangers fan. It
Mhm.
wasn't cool anymore, and
Yeah.
I needed friends, so I fell off. um, but the way that the comics bring in all these other Rangers and everything, they do a great job of not making it super confusing and for classic fans like myself.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, it's a good time to be a Rangers fan for sure.
Yeah, and definitely it was Simona Di Gianfelice. That was the artist on the book.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I had to go
Oh,
search
right
it
on.
'cause yeah, 'cause they've just absolutely been crushing it, and
Yeah.
especially with what they've been doing with Mistress Vile, like, oh, so it's such good stuff.
Yes, I'm very, very happy with the whole Rita arc for sure. But I think you dodged the question, Ken.
Yes, 'cause so what was the question again? We'll just clarify for later.
Favorite publisher.
Favorite, honestly, I it's tough for me to choose one. It really
Yeah,
is, because I think this year there is just so much good stuff all around. Um, but I guess if I have to choose one, I will say Image
yeah,
if I have to choose one. And but I want to stress this. It's nothing against anybody else, because everybody that was on this list definitely brought it this year. So I
yeah.
definitely, like I say, I can't go really wrong with it. But that'll be my official pick.
I like that pick. I do. Um, I think I think this was the best year that Marvel's ever had. Well, at least they've had in the last 10 years. We
Yeah.
weren't saturated with pointless events. Albeit the whole AXE thing wasn't great, but that's only because the Eternals were involved and they make everything boring,
Mm.
at least in my
Facts.
opinion.
Facts.
But
No, no, no. Though that
the,
is a fact.
it to me, I don't know. I think the Eternals just they're dull. Like it's hard for me to care about any of them. So it was hard for me to care about that arc or that event. But really, I think that's the only fault that Marvel had this year. I feel like the all of their ongoings were quality. I mean, any of their ongoings could have been nominated this year for best ongoing Marvel. And it's not often I can say that. Usually, it's just whatever Donny Cates was writing. You
Hmm.
know, but that was not the case this year at all. And I think that's testament as to what they've done. And I it almost gives them an edge. However, however, uh, I I think I was most impressed with the indie titles that came out of Image this year.
Yeah.
Um, it's just the everything that I read from Image, I stuck with. I felt, and it's in an industry so saturated with indies, I feel like Image was most consistent. I stuck with more of their titles that I picked up issue ones of this year. Um, so with that, I did vote for Image Comics, but it was really hard for me to not vote for Marvel this year, and I'm not one that usually votes for the big guy. I'm
Hmm.
But yeah, no, I think Image has my vote. I do, however, want to give an astounding shout out to what SourcePoint Press has done in 2022 to catapult themselves to relevance. And I think it started with Good Boy. When Good Boy came out at the very, very end, the last week of 2021, I knew that we'd be talking about Good Boy in the next Cheersies. And Good Boys on Volume 3 now, and then Bad Girl will be coming out soon. A spin-off of that, it's a kitty, and SourcePoint is creating a universe within itself that it hasn't really done yet. It's usually just here, take this 6-issue series or mini series and enjoy that, and we'll never talk about that again. But SourcePoint, they really are doing big things, and I have to give them a shout out for their support in the Cheersies this year as well.
Yes,
They
absolutely.
they were huge for us, a very, very big, incredibly supportive, and to me, it's testament as to like what kind of company they are too. They're there for the little guy. They're there to make the little guy stand out, and they're not just there to hope for a big IP, and when it doesn't happen, kick you to the curb. And I feel like out of all the small press publishers out there, SourcePoint has the most potential to be up there with Image and Dark Horse next year. And boom, and that's why they're in here now. Actually,
Yeah.
I mean, just I don't know, big things, big things. But the people have spoken, kinda.
Yeah.
They spoke. Oh, they spoke. And for the first time in 4 years, we have ourselves a draw.
Yeah.
And I think our conversation over the last 4 minutes kind of give you an idea as to the divide, as to where it stands. And sharing a Cheersie for the first time for Best Publisher of 2022 are Marvel Comics along with Image Comics. And it wasn't like that a minute ago. It wasn't. Do you remember who was winning a minute ago?
It was Marvel.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. People thought Marvel reigned supreme. But I think there was an 8 Billion Genies fan that might have snuck in there last second that said, nah, dog.
Yeah.
Image did this. You didn't, Marvel.
I could.
Image put out Best Spec Book of the Year. Not you, Marvel. But yeah, no, I did two great publishers that have always done amazing things. It could have gone either way. It really, I mean, I almost had to flip a coin myself. So I don't know.
That's how I had
I'm
to do my
happy to
voting,
see.
so to be honest with you.
Yeah. I like seeing the little guys rise to the top, but at the same time, I get worried when the big guys kind of slip to the bottom. So it's almost a relief to see that people are still staying true to Marvel and Image books. They didn't let Phase 4 of the MCU deter them from buying the comics. Like yeah. And people believe in the spec market of which Image is putting out. So yeah. Two very well-deserved Cheersies being handed out for Best Publisher of 2022. You have any final thoughts on that, Ken?
No, to be honest with you, I thought every publisher that got nominated should have won, could have won. Like it's there's no loser in this one, to be honest with you, because I think if you look at everybody who was nominated, even Valiant was up there too. I know that had a
Valiant
write-in.
did get written in for
Yeah.
sure.
I think if you take a look at the quality of books from every publisher that we talked about here, everybody had just such amazing books. Like this was probably, and you can see by the tie, it was very split about who really was like the quote unquote best. I think everybody, like honestly, just had such amazing books. Boom, Image, Valiant,
Yeah.
Comixology, Marvel, DC, like everybody nominated just absolutely killed it this year.
It was a great year for comics, man. It really
Yeah.
was. On to a niche category, spanning really it's just a Marvel category, but Marvel loves their Star Wars, and they put out a lot of Star Wars books. A lot. What you see on the screen is not all of them.
Yeah.
But I was listening to your show, the Ocho Duro Parlay Hour, and your co-host Padawan Jay said something that I could not agree more with. And the statement of this could not be a better time to be a Star Wars comic book fan.
Agreed.
Because there's not a bad title out there. It's just a matter of which one's the best, because none of them are the worst. They're all great. Everything that I'm reading, I think the only title that I haven't read is Dr. Aphra, even though I've been collecting all of the series, because I mean, as a speculator, you buy them all.
Yeah.
When it comes to Star Wars, you buy them all. New characters happen all the time right now. But I mean, it's I mean, with the Han Solo and Chewbacca series, was it Messina doing the art in that? It's just great. We all love Chewie. We all love Chewie, man. I love Chewie. Charles Soule doing the ongoing. When Charles and once again another statement that Padawan J made. When Charles Soule's doing Star Wars, it's good. It's great. You know, it's admittedly, I'm not current with reading it, but I know that there will be a day where I go through and read 35, 40 issues of Charles Soule's Star Wars run. You know, it's that day will happen. And I have, I've got them all waiting for me. That's for damn sure. Darth Vader. I mean, I've gone on record of saying multiple times that not only is Darth Vader the best book in Marvel, but there are times where I get done reading and I'm like, this is the greatest comic series out there, period. Like, and granted, there's bias in there because I am a massive Vader fan. He's my favorite fictional villain of all time. You know, he's the maybe even fictional character, to be honest. But with what Greg Pak and Raphael Ienco, I believe is how you say that, what they're doing with this series, 29, 30 issues and never a miss. Like, it is Darth. If you're a Vader fan, you're proud. You're a proud Vader fan right now. The Mandalorian getting a run this year. Rodney Barnes doing that one. I mean, if you've seen the show, I mean, you've read the comic, but it's man, it's still cool to see in this form. It really is. Now that you've heard the voices in your head, it makes it so fun reading this series. And Rodney Barnes has done a great job of just recapturing it in this form. Dr. Aphra, I know she's a huge fan favorite. Admittedly, I know nothing about the character, so but I knew enough that you pick up her run and you collect her run. But like I said, I'm just not reading Dr. Aphra. And the other Star Wars series that I nominated was Bounty Hunters. What Ethan Sachs is doing with Bounty Hunters, man. Like I like Boba Fett. You know, I think you like Boba Fett too. If I remember, yeah, man. And but Bounty Hunters it's so much more than Boba Fett, and that's what makes this series so good. Because you can go into this thinking, oh, it's just going to be a Boba Fett series, and all of the characters that are in. I mean, there's a reason why it got a giant event last year. You know, it's still holding true to this how great this run is. And I don't know, man, Ethan Sachs has not fallen off in was it 29, 30 issues, maybe 31 issues the series has been going on. It's been awesome, man. It's been awesome. Hey, Caption Live, welcome to the stream.
Yes, shout out to Caption Life. Shout out to Sean. Amazing podcast. If you want to talk comics, he's a great guy to talk to as well, amongst other pop culture things too.
Nice. Um, and then one that for I don't know why I left it out. I just maybe it was too obvious, and I knew it was going to be written in was High Republic. This universe has been developed well. I love all these new characters they're bringing into it. I don't know, man. I'm really liking the High Republic, and then another on Volume 2. You know, they did their 15 issue arc, and now we're going back, I think, 1,000 years further than Volume 1, if I remember right. I
Yeah,
haven't
I think so.
caught up yet. I haven't read this next volume, but yeah, no, this series it'll be highly sought after in 20 years. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. But the people have spoken. And this is one that yesterday it was tied. It was neck and neck.
Yes.
So I'm glad we had some last second voters to come in. And I don't like draws, people. I don't like handing out ties. I mean, if I have to from now on, we might just flip a coin on the low key, just because I
Yeah.
don't know. It's no. But we do have a surefire winner here. But before we do that, I have to ask you, Moneybags, did you have a favorite Star Wars series this year?
I couldn't really decide, so I literally let Pad vote for this.
Yeah.
And Pad just goes, Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Enough said. And like
Yeah.
literally just like Mike dropped it. Just hit click on the mouse and walked out.
Yeah. It's definitely I mean, it's a safe vote for sure. I would have to agree. I think it'd be silly for me to pick anything besides Vader, not to knock on anything else. Like I said, we got Charles Soule right in a Star Wars series here. We've got a Mandalorian series happening in front of us here. I mean, Chewbacca, come on. I mean, it's not like these other ones were meh, but the quality in which Darth Vader is being written is so next level.
Yeah.
Like Greg Pak is, I don't know, man. He's gotten so much respect from me with this run, because there was a point in time where I was starting to kind of go like, is Pack losing it? Like, what's going on here? Because he started doing certain things that were very only a certain way, and I'm not
Mhm.
going to get into the details of that, but it was turning me off of him. But then Vader happened, and now uh, there's nothing this person could do to make me hate his writing or
Yeah.
think any other way about him, because I'll always have this Darth Vader run that'll never go away. It'll always be as good as it is. And yeah, man, it's just next level. It really is. And it's there's a reason why, it's in there for best ongoing series as well. So, but the people have spoken. And the Cheersie. Oh, see, I'm just now looking. I left it. I just saw how close it was, and I didn't hover over the mouse because I wanted to keep it a surprise. Oh boy! And the Cheersie for best Star Wars series of 2022 goes to Darth Vader. Darth Vader. But man, was this close? This
This
was
was this was really close.
close. Oh man, we almost gave a Cheersy to Rodney Barnes in The Mandalorian,
I
but
know. That would have been awesome.
this was way closer than I thought it would be. Like I said, not a knock on anything, but
No, no, definitely not a knock on anything because what Marvel's been doing with the whole Star Wars line has just been some of the best comics out there, period.
yes, yes. Oh, I love this comment. Oh, I love this comment.
Yes.
Yes, the dark side has won. Yeah, man, congratulations. It's Greg Pak, Raphael Anko. I don't have the rest of the credits pulled up in front of me because I only have so many screens, unfortunately. But everybody on this team, I mean, down to the editor, all just fantastic job, like creating some of the best stuff that I read overall all year. Like, proud Vader fan, proud Star Wars fan. Oh man, I don't know that I would be the Star Wars fan I am today if it wasn't for Star Wars comics and the last Charles Soule Vader run, to be honest, because I was a late bloomer with Star Wars.
Mm.
I just the other, the original saga never really connected with me. And then I started reading the Vader comic because I still loved Vader regardless. And I mean, maybe I was a poser, but I grew into dude, Vader's my shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know that I would be the fan I am if it wasn't for that Charles Soule run and continuing on. Like if Greg Pak would have taken over after Charles Soule, and believe me, I was skeptical,
Hmm.
because those were big old boots to fill. But I mean, he filled them just fine. I mean, no wiggle room at all, man. It's
Yeah.
beautiful,
And
beautiful
that's
thing.
and that's a cool thing too, is like, especially when you have so much great talent involved, and they're just really respecting the fandom too, especially because when you say Star Wars, you're talking pop culture, you're talking so many different interpretations of what that whole fandom is supposed to be, and yet they've been just killing it with books left and right.
Star Wars is pop culture.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's no bigger, yeah. There's no bigger fan base out there than Star Wars, for sure.
Hey,
What
what's
up,
going on?
gang?
What's going on? That's JT from the Beyond the Fandom.
Oh, right on, man. Right on. Check them
Definitely,
out.
yeah, definitely shouting them out. The whole Illumicasters Discord, shouting everybody out there. So supportive of what we were doing here with the Cheersies.
Digging it. Digging it. Oh, we're going to do one more category here before we take a little breaky poo. But this one's all visual. So if you're listening later on and you didn't catch the live stream, then go back and check this one out just for the sake of having the visuals in your head. Best cover of 2022. Next year, this is going to be a very, very, very difficult category for me because if you see this wall behind me, I currently have up all of the nominees from this year from every category. Well, next year, you're going to see cover of the week all throughout. It's all going to be 52 best covers of the year behind me.
Nice.
So that's my plan. I just so happen to have the right amount of space in that little corner. So it's going to be a very difficult decision staring at my wall in November, preparing for the Cheersies, trying to figure out the best cover of 2023. This year was not easy either. It was not easy at all. There were some artists that they had 5 or 6 different covers that could have been nominated for cover of the year. But these were the 5 that I believed would get the most votes without write-ins being thrown in there. So with that being said, let's get down to it. There were a lot of write-ins, though. Naturally, I knew there were going to be a lot of write-ins,
Oh yeah.
but these all got a lot of votes. So I feel like I got the list down there pretty well. I mean, I see these covers before they come out, and I know before they come out, I'm like, oh, this book will sell strictly for this. They could be blank on the inside, and people will be lining up for this book. So let's start with Mark Brooks's. Well, he did so many great covers this year, man, for
Mhm.
Immortal X-Men. So many good ones. Even the last one that just came out, so great. But this Emma Frost cover, and it being the A cover as well, it's not a variant or anything like that. It's so damn good. It's just elegant. It's simple, but at the same time complex. It's Emma Frost, so it's sexy, but without it being raunchy. It's I don't know, man. I think it's got everything except for the color red that'll stand the test of time on a wall.
Yeah.
Because red fades like a motherfucker. But it'll look good for a long goddamn time. Like this is a poster, is what this is.
Hmm.
And all the variations he did of it as well, the white and the black. I think he did a blue as well. Um, Phenomenal. It's just I knew that this would be a big people pleaser.
Yeah.
Sneaking in at the end of the year was the Miles Morales Del Mundo variant. And what I find most fascinating about this is it was actually done on a wall. Del Mundo commissioned a street artist to bring his vision to a wall, and
Really?
like out there, like there, all of the graffiti variants that'll come out with this series, that art is on a wall somewhere, which is amazing. Or I don't know that for sure about going forward, but I know for a fact on this first issue that that's how it was done. So, yeah, no, it's sold out. Can't find it anywhere. Like I remember when it came out, um, for whatever reason, Penguin didn't send me mine, so I went to Mile High, and they had like 3 or 4 on the shelf, and I was blown away. But it was also only a half an hour after, they had hit the shelves, but they had like a little bit of damage to them. So I thought, all right,
Mm.
I could press this out, but let me just go ahead. I'll go home. I'll order them from Penguin. With my retailer discount, I don't, I'd make more sense to do it that way. I go home. Penguin sold out. I was like, shit, got to get back to Mile High. I'll just press them. It'll be fine. No, it didn't matter. People bought those damaged copies before. They were gone. They're already gone. So yeah, no, definitely a big pleaser this year. I talked about it earlier. That Gleason variant, ASM 93, that Chasm cover. Like out
Hmm.
of all the Gleason variants, it was the last one that was done, and it's selling for more than all of the other Gleason variants. So granted, this one is a key issue because it's the first Chasm, but still, it was my favorite out of all of them. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that one definitely jumped out to me. Like even if it is Ben Riley, it still jumped out.
right, right. Um, with Iron Man this year, you have chosen any one of the Alex Ross covers.
Yeah.
Could have been a fine nomination for cover of the year. But the one that I chose, issue, I think it's 23, I believe. Is it 23? Yeah, 23.
Yeah.
I have 2 Iron Man covers nominated this year. Biasm, I don't know, but they were bangers nevertheless. But yeah, no, Iron Man holding the 10 rings and the shadow like that, like just the way that you barely see his mask. It's a thing of beauty. It is a masterpiece. I would love
Mhm.
this blown up on my wall, posterized, because I mean it's one of my favorite Iron Man covers of all time. But then there's another Iron Man cover, and this was the year of Predator. Finally,
Yeah,
we've
finally.
been we've been waiting for these Predator covers for a couple of years now, and it finally happened. And Bjorn Barons getting the Iron Man Predator cover. I mean, it was like casting Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Like it was just peanut butter and fucking jelly, man. Bjorn Barons just doing Predator alone was great, but the way getting to see him do Iron Man,
Yeah.
dude, yeah, no, and I had that book on my wall for, well, it's still on my wall because it's nominated.
Yeah.
I don't know when it's gonna come down. It might be the last one I replace next year. I don't know. It's an absolute thing of beauty as a Predator and Iron Man fan. And if you're a fan of Bjorn Barron's style, then yeah, it's a thing of perfection. Let's see. Let's check out some of the other covers that were written in. I know it's a little bit harder to, since I don't have the visuals here. But yeah,
Mhm.
no, I agree. Immortal X-Men covers were Mark Brooks killed it this year.
Yeah. No,
Um,
Immortal X-Men is just so good.
yeah. Trish Forstner did an 8 billion genies variant that seemed to have been popular. Nightwing. Bruno Redondo did some amazing Nightwing covers this year. But
Yeah.
Nightwing 94, I do have that one on the wall behind me. It was a thing of beauty. Batman Superman World's Finest #6. We got a little mesh up there. Dan Mora. That was a great cover. Let's see. Oh yeah, that one got written in a couple of times actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a Power Girl variant for Action Comics 51 that seemed to have been popular. Supermassive got written in there for best cover.
Yeah, no, they had some really good covers. I mean, Greg Capullo variant was actually really cool.
Is that right? Greg
Yep.
Capullo did a variant? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
damn. I'll have to check that out. And then Mighty Morphin Power Rangers number 100 written in there for best cover. And Power Rangers covers are dark horses for sure.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of Power Rangers cover or Power Rangers books I have just for the cover. Like I buy me some Power Rangers variants. So yeah, no, it's really no surprise that that was written in there. We got another very, very tight race here, though. We got a very tight race. But before we reveal the official Cheersies winner of Best Cover of 2022, Moneybags, tell me, did you have a favorite this year?
I went with the Mark Brooks cover for Mortal X-Men. I was like, and that's art. Like that is just so stunning. I mean, it's simple, but yet it tells a story, and that's what you want to see with that. I almost went
Sex
with the
appeal with no nudity at all. Like
yeah,
it's like I don't know, man. It's seriously, it's armpits and back of the knees is all you see, but
yeah.
somehow incredibly erotic. It's I don't know that
But it works for the story that anything involving Emma Frost, like that is just
exactly.
basic. Yeah,
That's who the character is. That's what makes this comic so great is because it captures exactly who this character is in the simplest form. Um, yeah, Mark Brooks is a master, an absolute master.
yeah.
With me, I had to choose an Iron Man cover. I didn't have to, but I felt that Iron Man just was so solid every single month, every single issue, even the variants. It was a great year. Alex Ross did Iron Man a lot of favors for sure. But this year swayed my opinion as to who my new favorite comic book cover artist is.
Hmm.
For the longest time, since I've been back in comics, I have stated a certain comic book cover artist has been my favorite. I've defended them through controversy, but they have been dethroned with a series of banger Spawn covers.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, and then this particular figure doing Predator and Iron Man in the same cover. It was an absolute thing of beauty. That's all I could ever ask for in a comic book cover involving these two characters. So I gave it to Iron Man 23D, the Predator variant. Oh man, Bjorn Barons. Bjorn Barons is now my new favorite cover artist. He will not put out a cover that I won't buy. I bought every single cover that wasn't a retailer incentive that I didn't have to spend $50 to get a hold of. Um, Everything he did, every Spawn variant he did, he had my money. I probably paid a month of his rent this year. I am so fine with that. The guy needs to be known. I wish he had a Twitter account because he would be so much more known. He's not really on social media,
Hmm.
but man, this guy he brought the thunder in 2022. Bjorn Barons. So I knew when this cover came out that I was going to be dismissing all of my other notions as to what my favorite comic or cover of the year would be. And it was the week after that 22 came out,
Yeah.
that Iron Man 22. So yeah, no, I I can't stop looking at it, man. I got to take the graphic down. I'm getting distracted,
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna be staring at that thing all night.
right? But the people have spoken. And this was another very, very, very tight race. But we do have a clear winner here. And the
Mhm.
Cheersie for best cover art of 2022 goes to That damn webhead variant. Once again, Patrick Gleason, Chasm on the cover, baby. Woo! Oh man. And,
I was gonna say, how many times has he now won? Has he won every year?
I believe he won it last year as well. I
Yeah.
do. Yep. He burnt everybody out with webhead variants last year, and then he rounds it up this year with saying, you know what? You bitches ain't burnt out. You're going to love this one too. You're going to buy it, and then you're going to vote for it. Yeah. No, it goes to show that shit talkers, it seems like there's a lot of them out there. Oh, it's overplayed. It's been done. Bitch, that's not what everyone else thinks. No,
Yeah.
we're too busy reading and enjoying and bagging and boarding and finding a place on a wall for the books to be on here talking shit about comics, man. Because we actually love them, you know. And no, I wanted to see Bjorn Barons win, but as a statement to haters out there, I am so glad that this Gleason variant won. Let's
Yeah.
see more Gleason Webhead in 2023. Let's see it. And then in 2024 and 2025, fuck them. Let's make it happen because they're good. They are. He has a good concept here. You know,
Yeah.
let's
It's a
keep it
great
going,
formula.
man. Let's keep it going. Moneybags, we're about halfway through this.
Okay.
Let's take ourselves a little breaky poo here. Refuel, fill our glasses, top off our cups, and we're gonna get back to the best individual series of the year coming up real soon. So y'all don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hang tight. Yes. Oh man. That first half. That's all just a teaser, you know.
Yeah.
Not to take any credit away from any of that at all. Like those are all very necessary accolades that need to be given out. You know, there's no doubt about that. But this next half of the show, this is where people start bragging when they won Cheersies.
This is true. This is going to cause some very interesting tweets, we'll say.
Yes. Yes. No, I would imagine so. And yeah, no, the creators that have been supporting all of this, it's been phenomenal. You know, they want their Cheersy, man. And you know, it might get a little controversial. We'll see. We'll see. Oh man. Let's see here. I'm gonna go kind of out of order here a little bit, Moneybags, just so you're not thrown off. We're gonna talk about DC.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about best DC miniseries of the year. Now,
Okay.
admittedly, this was a hard category for me to put together because I read very little DC this year. I kind of told myself like stick with the ongoings and be very picky with the mini series and stuff that come out because you know it's DC miniseries. It's I'm already reading so much, and you know I don't want to say I choose Marvel over DC, but I'm more inept with Marvel. You
Hmm.
know, so it's easier for me to like jump on a MODOK series as opposed to like a Blue Beetle series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just yeah. So, but DC they can come heavy with the mini series is for sure,
Hmm.
and they did this year. They absolutely did. So let's talk about best DC miniseries. Now you'll notice I only nominated for myself, but there were definitely some write-ins, and there was one write-in that I feel ashamed wasn't in there. But that's only because for whatever reason it wasn't added to my pull list, and I just forgot it was coming out,
Okay.
and that's Deceased.
Ah, all right.
Um, yeah, I am a massive Deceased fan. I mean, aside from me being the obvious Tom Taylor fan, I thought
Hmm.
Deceased has been incredible. You know, I want that video game. Like, come on, Mortal Kombat Studios.
I know,
If you could
right?
do Injustice, let's see that, man. Let's see zombie fuck. Oh, but yeah, no, Deceased was definitely a write-in for sure. Catwoman Lonely City. I know that was highly praised. I collected it all. You know I have all the Black Label. I just getting cold there in the upper east
Yeah.
side.
Just a little bit, yes.
Yeah, man. I know that you guys have been going through some shit up there with the weather.
Yeah, so I just had to go get the coat on because yeah, the heat just kind of kicked off for a sec. But I'm
Oh
good.
man, right on. I mean to distract. It's just I'm sitting here. I'm like thinking, all right, I took off the jacket. Is it time for the vest to go? Do I need to loosen the tie?
Yeah. No, I just had
um,
to do that because yeah, like I said, the heater just went off because it hit room temp. So I was like, okay,
right
a
on.
little behind the curtains here at the ODPH studios.
Dig it, dig it. Um, but yeah, no, Catwoman, Lonely City. You know that's one that I just. Here's a little secret for you guys out there. Um, for you single guys out there that want to find yourselves a lady into comics that's not quite into comics, then what you do is you have Catwoman books handy. And then when you want them to read something that's comic booky, you give them Catwoman and they'll like it. They'll like it. Lonely City is that's kind of a cheat code for guys. You know, just it's a good series. It's a good series. What DC's doing with Catwoman, I think, is great. The fact that she has an ongoing, you know, still going, that's
Yeah,
incredible. So it surprises me not a one bit that Lonely City was thought of as best DC miniseries. But other than that, not actually a whole lot of write-ins. People seem to think that I pretty much had it nailed down with these four. And the four that I originally chose were The Human Target, Tom King and Greg Smallwood. We know Tom King can do obscure DC miniseries. We know
Yeah.
that. I mean, what he did with
Mr. Miracle.
Mr. Miracle, thank you. It's just Jesus Christ. Like that he expanded how ways to write comics. You know, no one did it like that before. And now he's doing that with Human Target. So, yes. Admittedly, I am behind, but from what I have read, I remember going, all right, now you're gonna read this all 12 issues when this comes out, and you're gonna love this. And that's really all I'm waiting for is the 12th and final issue because I don't think it's finished yet.
No, I think it's got a couple more coming out because I just read the last one on Infinite Ultra.
Nice, nice. Poison Ivy, G. Willow Wilson. Just I'm a big Poison Ivy fan. Admittedly, I haven't read the miniseries yet. My like I said, my DC books this year were real weird, like getting them. So yeah, I didn't order a lot from myself, but I will be reading this in trade for sure. And all of the covers that came out with this series are very, very eye catching. I mean, Poison Ivy, she was the first sexualized character in comics, you know, so her covers have appeal for sure.
Mhm.
And her she's such a great story. I like her, what DC's doing with Poison Ivy right now, and is very divisive, but I kind of like it. I do. It's good stuff. DC versus Vampires. Matthew Rosenberg, James Tynion IV, Otto Schmidt on the art. Fun stuff, man. It's if you're into vampires and you know it's exactly what it sounds like. It's just a fun ride.
Yeah.
Um, and then Dark Knights of Steel. Just Tom Taylor making the Justice League medieval as fuck. It's such a cool take,
It
man.
writes itself. Yeah.
But it's not nearly as predictable as you would think as far as like the roles in which the characters play.
Mhm.
You know, like he definitely, you know, throws some curveballs in there for sure. And they're strikes, man. You know, it's dude could do no wrong. He could do no
Yeah.
wrong. So yeah, no, that's what we have here for best DC miniseries nominees. Moneybags, what you got?
My vote, Human Target, hands down. Tom
Yeah,
King with obscure characters, like you talked about, especially with his background too. Like, I want to see him do a checkmate book in the worst possible way.
yeah,
But yeah, oh my God, yeah, with his background working with this, I believe it was the CIA. Like, he can just do that super complex psychological aspect of superheroes and really bring it to the forefront. I mean, I think for the most part, he's nailed it out of the park. Heroes in Crisis, not my favorite thing he's done. So, but I say overall, I think he's really nailed that aspect of superheroes. That said, I thought when he got a hold of Human Target, I thought the story was really interesting. And just kind of seeing how he goes into that era with Justice League International, yeah, I thought was kind of interesting.
yeah.
So yeah, so I think there's just a lot of win-win there for me, and especially I was not expecting Human Target to be this interesting, and yet here we are.
Exactly. And that's the thing is he takes characters that you would go, meh, and he gives them so much damn depth that you fall in love with them. You
Yeah.
know, it's no, I look forward to catching up on Human Target for sure. But for me, it's got to be Dark Knights of Steel. You know,
Mm,
Tom Taylor knows how to write for me. He just he he's my writer. That's what he
yeah.
is. He's mine. You know, he gets it, and I don't know. It was disappointing this year to hear that you know he's not doing any more Marvel. He's exclusive with DC. But what he's doing with DC,
Yeah, I was gonna
it
say.
almost it's good enough to where it numbs the pain. because Dark Knights of Steel is it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, but the people have spoken, and this was a tight one. This was real tight. The winner for the Cheersie for Best DC Miniseries of 2022 goes to The Human Target. Oh man, I found a soundboard.
I was gonna say, I was like, something happened there. Hope it wasn't my heaters there. But no, the sound, yeah. Give the ovation, and rightfully so. I thought it was arguably the best series they had for DC. Arguably.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, from what I read, I loved it, and I didn't expect to. I expected to collect the first issue, read it, and go, meh. I'm glad I have it for when other people like it. And, I sell it to them.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that, man, he nailed it. He did. He just gets this character so well. So, yes, Tom King, Greg Smallwood, taking it. The Cheersie, congrats, dudes, killing it, man, killing it. How about Best Marvel miniseries of 2022? And there was a lot to choose from this year. It was, I mean, I narrowed it down to 5 initially, but Marvel put out miniseries aplenty. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta say, I'm liking how these results turned out. Not how I expected it all. And that's what I love about this. Like I said, I love a good surprise. But let's talk about these nominees, man.
Okay.
Let's start with Midnight Suns. Did you read Midnight Suns at all?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to get more excited about it, but for some reason it just wasn't clicking so much with me.
Yeah. Well, I read the first issue. I kind of felt the same way, but I nominated it based off the other feedback that I had been hearing. And it seemed mostly positive for the most part. So with that, I thought it deserved a nomination. And it's a team that, I mean, everybody wants to see. Come on. I mean,
Yeah.
you got Ileana, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Blade. Like, let's make this book work, But yeah, no, like I said, I heard a lot of positive feedback on it, so I decided to throw it in there. It was kind of a late comer in the year, fresh on the noggin. Dark Ages wrapped up. Tom Taylor, yeah, man, what a beautiful, beautiful story, as he tends to do. It was just a lot of fun. Had everything you want in a comic book. Just a perfect miniseries. Moon Knight, Black, White, and Blood. This was a series of various creators coming on this. Just a lot of just mini stories told in the black, white, red genre, or medium. And yeah, no, I mean there was some good stuff in there. David Pepos made his Marvel debut in this series, which is exciting stuff. If you listen to the podcast, you know how close David Pepos is to the show. I'm talking to him way back 5 years ago.
Yeah.
4 years ago. 4 years ago. Yeah, no, so yeah, there's big stuff happened in Moon Knight, Black, White, and Blood. Spider-Punk surprised me. I thought it was going to be just kind of campy and, just there because of the whole Enter the Spider-Verse stuff that was happening. But it turned out to be a lot of fun. I think the characters all made sense. Their own rock versions of, the different MCU characters. I don't know. I thought they did a damn good job with Spider-Punk. And then Edge of Spider-Verse. It seemed to be a pretty damn popular miniseries this year with all the characters coming out of it. And I don't know. I thought it was worth noting. But there were definitely some other ones in here, like Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That was a write-in. Have you been reading Deadly Neighborhood?
I got to get on it. I have not picked it up yet.
See, the only reason I didn't add it in here is because at the time only 2 issues had come out. So it's hard to judge a book by just a couple of issues. Exterminators was nominated for best miniseries. Gotta love that.
Mm-hmm.
Silk. I forgot Silk happened this year. That was just kind of, yeah. And those were the yeah. I guess that was all. That was all.
Punisher
So
got.
Punisher's not a miniseries though,
I thought it was 12 issues.
is it?
I thought so.
I thought it was ongoing.
No,
All
I
right.
think it's 12, and then I think they're gonna re-up and whatever the stat quote is coming out of the story. It's almost gonna be like when Garth Ennis did the original like Welcome Back Frank story. You
Is
know,
that right?
it went 12 and then it went from there.
Huh. That's good to know. That's good to know. All right. So I guess that does qualify as a miniseries. Shit. All right. Well, the people have spoken though, but they want to know what you think first, Ken.
Oh man, see, this was a literal coin flip because Dark Ages is so good. Like Sean was saying in the chat, like what can you say? It's Tom Taylor. It's enough said there.
Yeah.
But I went Moon Knight.
Did you?
Yes, I went Moon Knight because I'm a big fan of the Batman Black and White series, and obviously this is kind of Marvel's way of doing that. And I was like, okay, this works for me.
Huh. All right. That's a surprising pick. Oh, I did not expect that. I like that. Right on. Um, this was tough. It was a toss up between Spider Punk and Dark Ages for me, but I had to go with Dark Ages just because I love a Tom Taylor take.
Yeah,
It's just all there is to it, man. But the people have spoken, and they voted for best miniseries from Marvel in 2022, and sneaking in there in the last day out of nowhere because this
yep,
was not like yeah, it got a last minute surge for sure, but the winner goes to a plethora of creators behind the book that is Moon Knight, Black, White, and Blood. Yes. Yes. Congratulations. Here's your cheersies. David Pepos. Look at that. Coming in. First time Marvel writer. Getting a Cheersie award as a Marvel creator. That's pretty badass. Like I said, I got a little bit of bias there. But yeah, no, that's awesome, man. I did not expect that. As a matter of fact, that was the last of the 5 books that I had nominated when I was putting together my list. So
really.
yeah, it just goes to show you never know. You never know. Let's keep it in the big 2 for a minute. Let's
Okay.
go up to best DC ongoing. Yeah, let's do it that way. We're gonna save indies for last, just because to me, I don't know, they're just more special.
Yeah.
They're just more special. So let's do this. Best DC ongoing series of 2022. I put together a list of 4, and you added in 1 there, I
Yes, I
believe.
did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And I'm glad you did, because you are not alone in your nomination. But to me right now, DC has 2 staple titles, and it's Batman and Nightwing. It's not
Mhm.
Batman and Superman. It's Batman and I take that back. It's Nightwing and Batman. In that order. Nightwing is just it's just I feel like it's been the most consistent thing DC's had since Tom Taylor's taken it over. So that's a solid year of one writer. Just yeah. So naturally, it deserved a nomination. Chip Zdarsky taking over Batman, filling the shoes of James Tynion. Great job. I mean, like I said, the fail-safe arc, strong start. Batman has been good in 2022, no doubt about it.
Mhm.
Um, But Detective has been doing some great things as well. Between Marisa Tamaki and Ram V, Detective has been what Detective should be.
Yeah.
It's exactly what this comic should be. It's perfect. Um, Superman Son of Kal-El became a very divisive book this year, no doubt about it. But that doesn't take away from the quality in which it was written and
Right.
drawn and
Hmm.
created overall. It's a great story. It really is. And this is coming from somebody that does not like the character of Superman. I just think it's a bland character. But John Kent as Superman has kind of reinvigorated my the way I think about this character. You know, I'm not as biased now when I think of Superman. Now when I think of Superman, I don't think of Clark. I think of John. Now, granted, all that's going to be fucking changed again in DC because there's going to be 2 Superman titles happening in 2023. There's going to be Superman or Son of Superman, and then Clark's coming back. But I'll be I'll be reading whatever one Tom Taylor's writing. You
Well,
know,
that's the cool thing though they have coming up. Like for 2023, DC's poised to have a big year, and especially from what I was hearing coming out, Connor Kent has his own book. Jonathan Kent is going to have his own one that Tom Taylor's still writing, and he's going to be having the Superman blue costume. It looks like,
yeah,
which
yeah.
I think looks absolutely amazing. And then you get back to action, which is going to be kind of like that's going to be a really interesting book because I believe that that's like almost going to be telling 3 stories in one. And then you have the brand new Superman title with Joshua Williamson writing, and just the take that he has about parasites now coming back. I believe Lex Luthor is in jail, but he's also like talking to Superman at the same time. And it's just like this really interesting time for Superman to get that shot in the arm that I think it needs just to, re-energize the battery, so to speak. Because when you talk about arguably the most recognizable superhero in all the land, you got to find new ways to keep it fresh. And I think they're taking their time to really do that next year, especially coming out of the gate swinging in February.
Is that when it starts? February?
I believe so.
Right on. Right on. So yeah, no, I think Superman has been a strong title this year for sure.
Hmm.
The way it's tied into Nightwing is definitely, it has me reading it, and yeah, it's been great. But then Batman Superman.
Yes.
Um, Admittedly, I mean, I kept collecting it after issue number 1. I read issue number 1. I didn't find anything wrong with it at all. Like I said, I'm just kind of picky with what I'm reading with DC right now.
Hmm.
But to hear that it's being praised as highly as it is, and I see the numbers here. It's people love this series.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, no, it's tell us. I mean, tell us why you nominated it as a reader.
In my opinion, I think it's the best book DC's doing because it's
No
so.
kidding.
And don't get me wrong, I love Nightwing. I absolutely love that book. But when you have Superman and Batman, the world's finest, you really got to be creative in the stories you tell. And obviously, the creative team they have here with Mark Waid and Dan Mora, you couldn't ask for a better duo to bring this to life. And I think just it has such a basic feel to it, but it doesn't feel boring, if that makes sense.
Awesome.
And I think that for what they're going to be doing with this book, and now they're shifting over to Shazam next year, which is going to be absolutely crazy in March. Yeah. They're brand new.
Really?
Yep. Same creative team. Wade and Moore are taking over Shazam when they do the Dawn of DC reset. That is going to be an interesting ride too. And I'm not sure if they're going to be doing both books or what the future is holding here. But for right now, I think they just reminded fans that maybe forgot how cool this pairing was, of how great the stories could be told. And it's not over the top stuff. It's just back to basics 101. And I think it clicks. For me, it does the job.
Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the type of praise I like to hear. Let's see here. What was written in? Flash was written in. It's been I haven't been reading Flash at all. I haven't really ever read Flash, to be honest. But
Yeah.
It's
I
good to
gotta
know that people still consider it a strong DC title.
Yeah,
Have
I
you been reading
agree.
Flash?
No, I haven't really been reading, but I've talked to fans that really get into it, and like it's you know, eh, I just want to say it's like it's consistent. Like it is what it is.
Yeah,
So it's not reinventing the wheel, but if you're a fan of that universe and how they've had that fandom set up, like it doesn't change. So I understand why people would nominate it, and that's cool. Like I said, not saying it's a bad pick by any means.
nice. Right on. The Joker was written in several times. I like seeing that. That was James Tynion. That was, like I said, that that series was misleading because it should have been called Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
But that doesn't take away from it being a good series. You know,
Hmm.
it was still an awesome series. Action Comics being written in, no surprise to that, really. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a DC staple title for thousands of issues, and Harley Quinn being written in there as well. The take on Harley Quinn right now is kind of divisive. Like you either love it or you hate it.
Hmm.
But I think that it's been going strong. You know, I dig it. You know, I think it's fine. I think it's Harley Quinn. You
Yeah.
know, I think the only issue that I have with it is sometimes the art. Like Riley Rossmo's art doesn't always grab me. It's good art. It's just not my type of style. Is all. You know,
Hmm.
that just that's all it is. I think that's the only reason I haven't read every single issue of Harley Quinn. It's the only fault I have to it.
No, that's fair.
Um, so, once again, the fans have spoken, but I mean, I think I could guess what you would pick for your best DC ongoing with that Batman Superman, huh?
Yeah, like I say, it's nothing against the other nominees, but when you can really remind fans why they should care about classic characters, I always think that wins out. And Nightwing has been so good for so long
Yeah,
that it's just like when it's an established norm, it's kind of cool to see something give it a good challenge. And just for how the fans have talked about this, like I get into more discussions about this book than maybe, well, I would say almost, I'll say for any other DC comic.
yeah,
I get into a lot of other discussions about Image and Boom. So for what DC is doing here, though, I think this book just really stands out. And the basic consensus is it just reminds you about why these two characters are cool.
dig it, man. I dig it. I like that nomination a lot.
Thank you.
Um, I I wear my Tom Taylor on my sleeve.
Yeah.
I've been pretty transparent throughout the entire year and voicing my opinion about Nightwing. You know, what, and it's not just Tom Taylor that's driving this book either. What Bruno Redondo and Adriano Lucas are doing with this art, it is so goddamn beyond what DC deserves
Hmm.
this year. I mean, ah, it's absolute perfection. It's perfection. You know, you're taking a powerless character and giving them this incredibly compelling arc with a character that's been around for 80 years,
Hmm.
you know, and still making him interesting. And I don't know, man. I look forward to Nightwing every single month, and until Taylor stops writing it, I always will. You know,
Yeah.
that is my DC title. Um, but the fans have spoken, and the winner for the Cheersie for best ongoing DC title of 2022 is Nightwing. Haha. Yeah. Um it's really not a surprise. Up until a few days ago, Nightwing and Batman were neck and neck.
Mhm.
Like dead even. Dead even.
Yeah.
Um but Tom Taylor's people showed up. Hell, I think even Tom Taylor showed up. And uh, hi- we've got a loud voice. We do.
Yeah.
And it's it's a very deserving win. But you want to know who actually came in second, though? Like I said, Nightwing and Batman were neck and neck. Well, Superman or Batman Superman came in as a runner up. So you're not alone at all, man. At
Yeah.
all. And it's not just a couple of people either. I mean, it's droves. So, yeah. Now you've just convinced me to pick up this series and trade and add it back onto my ongoing.
Yeah. Like I say, it's I just think it's well worth it. Like I think Mark Waid just can capture the voice of balance in Batman and Superman, and Dan Mora's art. I mean, enough said.
Yeah, no, Dan Mora is an absolute monster. He is an absolute monster. Let's talk Marvel ongoing, huh?
All right, let's do it.
This was a list I could have just kept going on and on and on and on and on with. Like I stated earlier, this is probably Marvel's strongest year in the last 5 years. They've put out some great titles, some titles that I didn't think that I would be talking about in these regards. So, yep. Yep. You seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. The last minute votes came in, but
Yes, they did.
I think that we have a tiebreaker in the chat, so we will discuss this as we go.
We do.
Yes.
um. So, yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on Marvel this year and their ongoing series before we get too in depth in this?
You know, this is the first time in a while that I thought Marvel got back to basics, and really, it felt like a comics universe instead of a movie studio doing comics. And I think that they've been stepping in that direction, but this is the first time that I felt that they took some chances with characters and giving them books and giving them some voices to really run with. And I think the one that stood out to me the most was Savage Avengers, like Sean was saying in the chat too. I think to see that book blow up as much as it did and really have fans talking, and that was just kind of a reflection of most of the titles that were coming out from Marvel this year. That I think they
Yeah.
just really got back to be in the comics universe, and I love seeing that. Like that's my Marvel, which I grew up reading. So I was ecstatic to see this.
Well, the thing that's impressive about Savage Avengers is that it's not like this is the first Savage Avengers title.
Right.
It's following up what was just a great Savage Avengers run. Not just good, great.
Hmm.
And for Pepos to do what he did here, I mean, it's you have to applaud it, you
Hmm.
know.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
but I mean, Marvel. So I was one. I was surprised to find myself adding the titles I did this year. Like to me, the biggest surprise was Carnage.
Mm,
Um, like I love me some Venom, but I've got symbiote fatigue.
yeah.
And coming off of that last Venom movie, I I'm a little soured with that character. You know, I know I'm not gonna try to trigger anything. I'm trying to tiptoe around here, man.
Yeah.
But with what Rom V is doing in this title, like it is metal. This could have been considered horror.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, it still can be, and if it's still going next year, I bet you I'm adding. We're talking about it as best horror series, or at least talking about it.
Hmm.
Because it is so great, and it's not just Cletus Cassidy being Cletus Cassidy, because it's not what it is. Like it's revolving around all new characters with your classics still being a part of it, but spawning from the whole King in Black storyline, all still playing true to all that. Like I feel like doing a Carnage story would be too complex to do right now with
Yeah.
everything that we just saw last year. And Rom V's making it happen every single issue. And I mean, uh, everything about this series is great, down to the cover. Like, look at these covers, man. Look
Mhm.
at every single cover for Carnage. I mean, anytime a Carnage cover comes up, it's probably going to go up on my wall with my new rule. Like, it's going to be hard to beat these covers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a very pleasant surprise this year with Carnage. So that was the first book I nominated this year, which I thought would have been the last when they announced a Carnage title. Like, I didn't even pick up number 1 at first. And then I saw the cover and I was like, all right, I guess I'll pick this up. And then I read it and I was like, well, fuck, this is good. I mean, this is okay. I'll add it. Fuck it. And I haven't been disappointed in a single issue. So yeah. Out of the X titles this year, I think Wolverine stands out by far.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree.
that ever since Hickman let loose the reins, it's just going all over the fucking place again. I mean, they're trying to stay in this very wide alley now. But it's I don't know. X titles went back to being too much again. However, you can just read Wolverine and be perfectly fine because
Mhm.
Benjamin
Agreed.
Percy is just he has this title down. Even the tie-ins and that dreadful AXE crossover event, the
Yeah.
Wolverine books were he almost made me go through and go, do I want to go back and read these? Like that's how good Wolverine is. Not quite good enough to where I did though. But yeah, no, it's Wolverine. I really believe deserved a real nomination for best Marvel ongoing this year. Um, Thor. Thor hasn't been as consistent as Donny Cates' Thor series was in the year before, but
Mhm.
that bar was already really, really high. So for it to drop down a little bit still leaves lots of room for it to stand out.
Right.
I think Thor has been consistently good throughout the whole year. I loved how it's tied into Hulk as well. I know Hulk is not everybody's favorite
Mhm.
right now because it just kind of Donny Cates took over and he just turned him into a spaceship and confused things. But I do believe that there is a very, very important seed planted in this run. And I don't know. I am enjoying it. And Ryan Otley's art is enough to give it a nomination in itself. Um, but and I mean, I'm not the only one that thinks that it deserves a nomination based off of the what I'm seeing here.
Oh,
But
yeah, no. It definitely did its thing. If I'm not mistaken, though, I think it's getting, wrapping up, though.
it is,
Yeah.
it is, yeah. Um, Kate's is having a weird year. Like
Mm.
it's very ambiguous as to what's happening with him. Like he's
Mhm.
teasing big things are happening, but if you look at his production, it really looks like he had some personal shit happen this year that he's keeping
Mhm.
very private. And yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, we all know what Cates is capable of, and
Oh, sure.
when you're hitting dinger after dinger after dinger, eventually you're gonna swing and miss once, and
Mhm.
Hulk might have been his whiff, but I mean, like I said, it's still good, still
Yeah.
good enough to get a nomination. I believe, I really do, because I do believe that some great things have come out of this story
Mhm.
from what we've seen so far. And then the last series I had to nominate was Ghost Rider. Like I've said my piece with Ghost Rider. It's the shit. It
Yeah.
is. It's unbelievable. Um, but yeah, and you know what I don't have on this graphic is Darth Vader. I seem to have
Right.
missed that. Yeah, Darth Vader. Like I said, I said what I had to say about that, and
Mhm.
it's absolutely incredible. Uh, where do you stand with Marvel this year and their ongoings?
I've said it since the first issue came out. Pepos, Carlo Magno, Savage Avengers. I think that just kind of represents the vibe that's coming out of Marvel right now. Is just they got back to basics and doing cool things in the comics and not so worried about movies. And I know I hear a lot of stuff about like, well, are we going to go back to kind of mirror the movies? Until I actually kind of really see that stuff, I'm saying this was a big win for Marvel this year, and I think Savage Avengers is proof of that because you took one of the most eclectic teams and
Yeah,
you made it work.
let's talk about this team up, man. I mean, Weapon H.
Hmm.
Finally, they're doing something with Weapon H. I know people have certain feelings about him, but I've been a big fan from the get go. Like I like Clay. I think he's a very compelling character. He's not just a mashup. Like he's so much more than that. He's just a
Yeah.
mashup. I mean, he just so happens that he's mashed up with two of the coolest, most iconic comic book characters ever. Um, ironically, with it being Hulk and Wolverine. But
Hmm.
it's I don't know. I think it's awesome to see him on a team. Uh, I love Flash Thompson. Like he's I don't know. One of
Yeah.
my favorite in the Spidey universe for sure. Like one of my favorites to ever uh, house a symbiote. He's the shit. And then Cloak and Dagger. Like we don't see shit from Cloak and Dagger. He brought back Cloak and Dagger. Like just this team is amazing.
Yes.
And what he's doing with Deathlock and you know Conan's arc and yeah, man, it's an awesome team, and it's I'm very glad that I nominated it. That's
Yeah.
for damn sure. I mean, it's well deserved, and congratulations to David Pepos too for even getting a Marvel ongoing series, and it's getting the okay with these very off the beaten path ideas.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, you say Savage Avengers, huh?
Hmm.
This is a very tough one for me. It was back and forth between Ghost Rider and Carnage, but Exhaust popping up at the end of the year sealed it for me. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Marvel's best ongoing title, in my opinion, is Ghost Rider. And I'm not the big Ghost Rider fan that everybody else is. I mean, it may not be as surprising to many, but I mean, to me, Ghost Rider never really connected with me. I don't
Hmm.
fucking like motorcycles, like I just,
Yeah.
um, I guess the leather, we got that in common. But other than that, I just never landed. But now I am a Ghost Rider fan. Like it's, I don't know. He's the
Well,
shit. He's the shit.
well,
The series is the shit. Everything about it's absolutely amazing.
well, the thing is, they tapped into the horror element, and
Yes.
I think that that is something they haven't done since early in the '90s when they did the reboot and introduced Dan Ketch as Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
That you went away from the pop-up covers where somebody's ripping his throat out because that was a real thing.
Right.
You went away from what gave people, that certain feel when you read Ghost Rider. Like it's supposed to be a little bit unsettling. And I think that as the time went on from the original run of the Midnight Suns imprint, that Marvel, kind of maybe lost their way a little bit from where Ghost Rider should have been. And I think what Ben Piercy's done is brought it back to basics. And I think anytime you can do that, I think it works. And I think
Yeah.
that's something, to really gravitate towards. And especially now with such a horror renaissance going on in all of comics, it's a perfect time for this book.
Nice. Yeah, no, I agree. I do want to. I guess I kind of glazed over the write-ins. There were some write-ins, and I actually got a personal message on this one with like severe outrage as to why I missed Moon Knight on here,
Really?
and I I respectfully agreed with him. Like, yeah, fuck that up, because Moon Knight's been absolutely amazing as well. It really has been. Everything about it. It's so goddamn good.
Oh, true. I'll give you
Um,
that. But it's just like that's why we leave the write ins there.
Yeah. Yeah, not a fan of Moon Knight right now?
I like it, but I think it's like it got to such a point with the show coming out that I got away from it. Like, it's
Ah,
just one of those situations where I think it was just a little too much oversaturation,
yeah,
and
fatigue.
since the show was so polarizing, and either people really loved it or really hated it, that I was just like, "Okay, I need to walk away right now from this."
I get it. No, that's understandable for sure. Also being written in several times was Amazing Spider-Man. You know,
Mhm.
I, once it was left out because it seemed obvious, I figure the fans will vote it in. You
Yeah.
know, it's yeah. Daredevil. Chips. It's the same exact team that was on Daredevil last year. We got a new volume now, and it's just as good as
Mhm.
it was. It's just that there were things that outshined it this year, and that's saying a lot because Daredevil last year was a top contender for best Marvel series. So,
Oh,
and
yeah.
once again, that's testament as to what Marvel has done this year. Last year, it was is it's either Thor, Hulk, or Daredevil, like or Venom. Like
Mm.
those were the obvious four choices. It's anyone's guess with Marvel this year. So yeah, no, uh, I think this is aside from the art, some of the best Spider-Man I've read in a while. A
Mhm.
while. So it is a good story. And I did not like the first issue at all.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
I dropped it hard, but I was convinced, dude, just read it. And I'm glad I went back and read it and added it again because it is good. It's a great story. Miles Morales being written in there. There's Miles fans, man. There's always going to be Miles fans. It's just that's what that character does.
Absolutely.
And Captain Marvel getting written in there as well. And, Captain Marvel, it's a great title. It's just in a big, big sea of other great titles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I dislike that character with a passion, but what Kelly Thompson is doing in that series, I cannot deny it. I cannot deny it. It is so damn good. Like that, she is making that character interesting to me. And I
Mhm.
never thought that I would ever say that. And here I am saying it still. And I wasn't just saying it when I had her on the podcast.
Yeah.
I still mean it, people. I do. It's great stuff. But the fans have spoken, and this is by far the most split poll that we have in this year's Cheersie Awards. And we do have an unofficial tie.
Right.
And but we also have a tiebreaker.
Yes.
So tied for the Cheersie. And this is I tell you what, man, all the suspense. When I put this list together, this is not the result I was expecting at all. Um it's just I don't know what I was expecting this year. I really don't. I think part of me was expecting the write-ins for Amazing Spider-Man to take over, but tied, we have Benjamin Percy's Wolverine and one brand new Marvel writer,
Mhm.
David Pepos's Savage Avengers. Now, we're not handing out to you this time, people, because of audience participation. we're gonna let the caption life unofficially make that announcement. How's that sound?
Yep.
And the winner goes to bam, the Savage Avengers. How about that, man? How about that? This is exciting as shit to me.
Yes.
This is so exciting. It's you gotta get proper applause. Hold on, I'm gonna make it loud. I'll make it damn loud.
There you go.
It's such a great year. for Marvel Comics, man. Like I said, this was anybody's game. I mean, this was almost a three-way tie, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Almost a three-way tie. But congratulations to David Pepose, friend of the show, taking on a group of ragtag characters, calling them Avengers, bring them into the Savage Lands, just tearing shit up. It's fun stuff. Fun stuff, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to toast to that one. I'm talking the best of here, man. It's getting down to it. Getting down to it.
Indeed.
Oh man, what are your for indies, huh?
Oh my God, this I think might have been one of the hardest categories.
Yeah, I could have just kept going on and on and on with this one, but I narrowed it down. There were a buttload of write-ins on this one, but here's what I brought it to, just based off of what I like the most, what I found the people active on social media talking the most about, people in my circles, and I narrowed it down to 8 somehow. I somehow got it down to 8.
Yeah.
Let's, before we get into these 8 though, let's talk about these write-ins, because all of them very deserving. Spawn being written in this year. Spawn Spawn did big things this year, like with all the mini series, or not mini series even, but like the branches that they came out with all the other characters. Spawn's as popular as ever, so I'm glad to see Spawn being written in there, voices being heard. Another big write-in was Rogues Gallery.
Yep.
It's fucking good, man. It's good. We got a Public Domain, Chip Zdarsky's take on a situation that I'm constantly screaming about on the podcast, and that's character IP getting, creators getting recognition, proper recognition. And it seems like it would be such a boring subject, but it's Chip Zdarsky writing it, and it's a lot of fun. What's the furthest place from here? Matthew Rosenberg being written in there. I found the series to be very fascinating. It's dark and grimy, and yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
My boy Doug Diggins coming in with the Nefarious Smiths. That's out of Red Deer, Canada, an indie title coming out of there. If you're not familiar with the Nefarious Smiths, you should get familiar with them. Doug was my first ever podcast guest.
Really?
And yeah. And 4 years later, he is still going strong, pushing out the Nefarious Smiths. It's essentially if the Fantastic Four were evil, but they don't have superpowers. They're just all smart, But yeah, it's such a fun series that I can't speak highly enough about. And the fact that this guy came on as my first guest and submitted to me a backwards PDF, and now he's doing this. Nefarious Smiths. I'm gonna keep saying it because you're gonna remember it.
Yeah,
it's fun stuff, man. Fun stuff. Beautiful, beautiful art all the way around. Yeah. Let's see. What other write-ins do we have here? Good Boy being written in a million times.
Yeah, I saw that.
I said it last year. At the time, issue 1 of Good Boy, volume 1 had just come out, and I said, "You'll see, you'll see. They'll be talking about this. We'll be talking about this next year." The Cheersies. 3 volumes later, here we are talking about it. And I didn't write it in because I knew it would be written in. That's how much faith I had in the popularity of this book. Uh, Seven Secrets. You almost forget that happened this year because it's been on,
Jeez.
break.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say. Well, I think that wrapped up though.
is it?
I think so.
Oh man, I felt like there'd be another arc. Maybe I. Hmm. Interesting. Now I feel like I need to go back and read it. Shit. Shit. Well,
Yeah.
it
I'm
did
not
happen this
mistaken.
year though.
Yeah.
God, it's been a long year. It went by fast, but it's been long at the same time. A lot of stuff happened. Neverlanders being written in there. That Texas Blood. That's a book that I hear a lot about.
Yeah,
It's
I was
nice
gonna
seeing
say
that
same here.
talked about. Another just image, just powerhouse sleeper book. And then there were our choices. I'm gonna start with Three Keys.
Okay.
David Messina is doing with that book, man. Open it up and just let your eyes how say like raunchy words. They'll do things that your groin does in certain situations. Looking
Mm,
at this book, like it's absolutely beautiful. The characters are fun as shit. Um, Read Three Keys, and it's yeah, you will enjoy it. House of Slaughter.
yes.
It's come on, yeah. I don't need to say much to defend that nomination. uh Rogue Son.
Yeah.
I mean,
Massive
we
verse.
yeah,
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
enough said. Grimm. It's just that the book sticks with me, man. Like, it's good. It's great, even. It's great. Dead Lucky, more out of the massive verse. Just
Mm.
getting so much love. Twig. Did you read Twig?
I'm just going into it now.
Man, I don't want to compare it to Kanto, but I don't know what else I can compare it
I
to
can see that kind of vibe.
yeah, it's got a Kanto vibe for sure. Um, Artistically beautiful in a whole other way. Like Jean-Francois Boileau's colors are just wow. I mean, they almost carry the book in itself.
Hmm.
Like they're as beautiful as the story. 8 Billion Genies. I feel like that was an obvious nomination this
Oh yeah.
year. It's so goddamn good. So good. It's one of those where I can't wait to see how it ends, but I'm gonna be bummed when issue 9 isn't a thing.
Mm.
It's yeah. And do a power bomb.
Yes.
So I read Do a Power Bomb when issue 1 came out, and then for whatever reason, when I signed up for it, uh issue 2 just didn't show up in my pull box, and then issue 3 didn't. And I'm like, what the fuck? I just thought it was taking a while to come out. Well, there was a failure to communicate between me and my LCS, and yeah. Well, I went through and I found all the issues, and the the day after I put together my rough list, I read Do a Power Bomb, and I could not have put that book on my list any harder after reading
Yeah.
it. Um, and even after number one, like I was thinking, okay, yeah, no, well, this is probably going to go on there, just because it's I know how Daniel Warren Johnson does, and every time I go into the LCS, it wasn't like after four is when the guy at the shop was like, "Dude, did you read Do a Power Bomb?" I'm like, "No, how the fuck did you?" Because I don't have it. And that's when I realized, like, oh, damn it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I mean, it's just that was the first thing every time I would go in there when that book came out. Did you read Do a Power Bomb? Did you read Do a Power Bomb? I mean, it's just yeah. And then I got around to reading it, and Jesus Christ, man, like
Yeah.
Daniel Warren Johnson does a story. It's
I this whole book, like I mean, this issue in particular is kind of a special one because this is the first one we got press creds with Image for. So I hold this book kind of very high
is
for
that
that.
right?
Yeah, we just got pressed with Image not too long ago. So this was the one that we first did for Parlay Points, and this is one that I was like, oh my God. How amazing is this book with the art and the story involved? And especially me being a super wrestling fan and
Right.
seeing how much Warren Johnson absolutely portrayed the moves in the panels and even going to the deathmatch style, which you see in GCW. There is a little Easter egg in there for it as well, which I loved. It was just the perfect combination of just over the top excitement to such a heartfelt drama moment, and especially that final page that you're just
Mhm.
like, damn, I want a prequel. I'm putting this karma out in the world. I need a prequel to this book.
Mm. Oh, man, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
No, man, I got Murder Falcon vibes all over again reading this book. And if you've listened to this podcast at all, you know how I feel about Murder Falcon. Um, it's, I mean, aside from Chew, Murder Falcon is my favorite comic ever,
Mm,
ever. I mean, and like I said, Chew's in a whole different universe with me because that's what introduced me to real indie comics. But I mean, Daniel Warren Johnson blew my mind with Murder Falcon. And so I knew naturally that do a power bomb was going to be my thing. And I have a healthy respect for wrestling. I have a very nostalgic love for wrestling. I'm not nearly the fan that you are, or billions of others are. But I still felt that electricity that I remember feeling watching wrestling, reading that book. The
mhm.
action sequences in this. Like you could almost hear JR in the background. Oh my god. Like you could
Yeah.
almost hear like exactly all of the noises that you associate with this sport and this the dude nailed it. And if you read the little note he has on the back, he was not a wrestling fan before reading this. He found
That's so crazy.
Japanese wrestling during COVID because his kid was sick and wasn't sleeping, and that's what was on at night. He's just flipping through channels, and then he fell in love with it. And then 6 months later, he started writing this. And I mean, so that's what makes this, like I said, you don't have to be a wrestling fan to love this book because
Mhm.
it wasn't written by a wrestling fan. It was just, I mean, like that's what makes it so crazy. I mean, sure he is now,
Oh, yeah, he definitely is. Like,
but
you could tell after reading this, like, he's definitely got the
yeah,
book.
right. I mean, he obviously immediately understood the culture.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no denying that. Um, no, I mean, the book did crazy things this year, man. It's just I'm so glad that I found the time to binge it all at the end of the year so I could be having this conversation because there's all I've been waiting for since I closed that last page was this to
Yeah.
talk about this with you because it's Jesus Christ, man. Um yeah, do you have a favorite this year?
You know what? Issue 7 to do a power bomb sold me on it, so I was like, "You know what? You gotta give it to it." I had Grimm as my lead favorite going into this, and it's nothing against the other nominees because I had a real tough time deciding between Deadlucky and Rogue Sun because I like them both for various different
Mhm.
reasons. And Grimm, like I said at the beginning, Grimm was just a vibe. Grimm is just an energy. It's a whole different ball of wax. But do a power bomb, and especially that final issue, I just went, this is a series. This is a story. Like this just hit me. And then talking with other fans about this, like I was getting DM'd from Marty over Panel to Panel and comic book keepers I was talking to about a little bit too, just to name a few, and like everybody just had the same reaction, like what an epic. And
Yeah.
when you get that kind of vibe universally across the board, and it's not even by wrestling fans, it's just by fans, you have something special here. So it got my vote.
Yeah. Um so when the first issue of 8 Billion Genies came out, I said that it's going to be very, very hard for me to even consider anything else being as good as this series. And it just kept happening and happening and happening as the series went on. But then Do a Powerbomb came into my life. And Jesus Christ, dude. For me, it wasn't issue number 7. I think it was issue number 3 when we reveal who the heel really is. I'm not ruining this for anyone. But when you find out like the actual relationship and all of that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Bro. Like it was like finding out, like in Murder Falcon all over again about, like who had the cancer, and like it's just, oh my god, man. It hit every single chord. Like, I mean, and then they could turn it around and bring in that accent or that action scene. And, all of a sudden I'm like, all right, fuck, wipe the tear off. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, it was perfect. This is comic book perfection, not 99.999%, 100% perfection. And we can't give all of the credit to Daniel Warren Johnson in this because his partner in crime, the colorist that is Mike Spicer, also just, I mean, the dude knows how to color that style of art better than anyone.
Yeah.
And I don't think Daniel Warren Johnson will ever have anybody besides Mike Spicer color his art. And fuck, it's a thing of beauty. Well, we've spoken. Let's see what the audience has to say. And well, I think this is the first time in the 4th annual Cheersies that we have a 3-way agreement.
Yeah.
The winner for the best indie series in all of 2022 goes to Daniel Warren Johnson and Mike Spicer's Do a Powerbomb. I mean, come on. Absolute perfection. And I just don't want to throw this out there. For those of you that may be wondering why I didn't do a category for best indie miniseries, it's something I actually wanted to talk about. And that's this new format the indie series seem to do with making everything a mini series for the most part. So to me, like Kanto, all one series. Sure, there's 3 volumes. Kanto's Kanto. And so and that's just kind of how I look at these indie series now. There is no mini indie series, and it's just a series. It's either a long story or a short story. That's it. So that's why I kind of trimmed that fat this year, just for you faithfuls that may be wondering. On to the next Moneybags.
Yes, let's do it, because now I think it's time to talk a little creative teams. Just everybody's specific role in making the comics that we love happen.
Yeah, man. Let's get specific, huh? Let's get real specific. Without these people, they are the most underappreciated professionals in all of comics. Without them, you don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah. Underappreciated, just as important. The letterers. It's hard for a letterer to stand out in this industry, man. But when they do, it means something. You got to be someone special to catch the eye, because like I said, it's so overlooked. It's just you take it for granted. But believe it or not, there is an extreme art to lettering. It is an art in itself. The placement of a balloon, it sells the story. It really does. So, there are a handful that actually really stood out. I didn't have to go digging for them. Like, this was actually a really easy list for me to put together, believe it or not. Starting with Dave Lentz. Dave Lentz does Good Boy. He does a lot of stuff, but right now, he's most tied to Good Boy. What makes his style special is it's not bland. That's really what it comes down to. Is all these letters have a fun style. Whether it's creating a unique balloon or getting fun with the font or even just balloon placement. I mean, and yeah, but yeah, Dave Lentz, he possesses all of those qualities to be the best writer or best letterer of 2022,
Mm-hmm.
as well as Tom Napolitano, I believe is how you say that name, of Grimm. And I'm sure you've noticed it being a Grimm
Oh,
fan.
absolutely.
There's nothing bland about Grimm's lettering. It pops. And that's another thing too, is when you're making balloons, you can mess it up with color schemes. You can make it illegible. I mean, not everything works on, I mean, it may be on paper, but it's, yeah. And the Tom Napolitano,
Yep.
sorry, I have to say it so slow. He he finds the way to make the balloons work in Grimm for sure. Like, the first issue stood out to me. I was like, all right, this letter is doing stuff here. Caught my eye. Wes Abbott, with him, like, it's his placement, like the way I don't know, man. It's so hard to describe, but when you're reading Nightwing, you just get it. You just get it, and I don't know. I think he does an incredible job, and I kind of go back to that issue 78 as well, with what he did with that one continuous. I mean, that he kept that up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, throughout. I mean, he didn't just like go hard on that issue. Like, he kept being creative with. Like I said, you know what I'm talking about if you've
Yeah.
read Nightwing. You just get it. Chris Crank, he's very prolific. He does a lot of things, but and 8 billion genies. I said those balloons, they just do it for me. The color schemes behind them, like that's an art. It plays well, it does well, and and I'm not sure if it's Nipstein coloring the balloons or not. I can't say for sure, but with that style of color behind it, it's really hard to make text pop off of that.
Yeah.
And it pops. You never have a problem reading it. And once again, that's a skill that's overlooked. Travis Lanham, like all of the qualities I mentioned above, apply to Travis Lanham and Ghost Rider. It's a horror book, and the balloons follow with that. It's not bland black and white, whatever. It's fucking metal, and it's beautiful. And world design on Night of the Ghoul. I know exactly why you added that in
Mm-hmm.
after revisiting Night of the Ghoul the other night. Like, I get it. He
Yeah.
just he's whoever and world design is, whatever that team is. For all I know, it's AI shit.
Yeah. They do
It's,
so much.
yeah. Just it stands out and it helps drive the story. And I think that's the most important thing, is when you can have that aspect of the book also help drive the story, then yeah, I mean the letters killed it this year, and there were some write-ins as well. I believe the winner last year, Hassan Otsmain Elawao. I can never say that right,
Mm-hmm.
but I do believe. Well, he was definitely a front runner last year for best letterer. He may have won, but
I
written
think
in
he
this
did.
year.
I think he did.
Yeah. Joe Caramagna written in there. Ed Dukeshire. Oh, Nate Peckios. There's a name that I see all over the place. And Becca Carey, all being written in there, getting their notifications. So congratulations to all you guys. It takes like I said, it's overlooked. So when you're getting written in as a letterer, like this is the category I expected the least amount of write-ins, just because like I said, it's overlooked. Who thinks about a letterer?
No, it's a forgotten art.
Yeah, absolutely. So seeing these write-ins, I don't know, it makes me smile. That's for sure. Do you have a favorite here? I'm making you have a favorite. Who's your favorite?
Tom Napolitano from Grimm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just think everything he's done there, especially like I say, especially when I was really talking about like how it just stands out for the book itself, what he does with music lyrics
Mm-hmm.
throughout that entire series.
Yes. See, and that's what it is too. That's why he also gets my vote. Is he doesn't just type out the lyrics, man. It flows. You can see the lyrics being sung. Like you can
Yes.
hear his words. And it's again, it takes an artist to be able to create that type of sensory. And yeah, no, he has my vote. No doubt about it. I mean, all of these people are amazing. All of them. But I think it sounds weird to say. It wasn't Jessica Harrow's appeal. It wasn't the storyline that brought me into Grimm initially. The first thing that caught my eye, the very first thing, was Tom's lettering.
Hmm.
And that's the honest to God's truth. That's just
Blue Oyster
yeah.
Cult, and just
Yep.
seeing that in the snow, like that's
Yep.
when you knew you had something special there, without even giving a spoiler away.
Exactly. Exactly. The people have spoken, and there is a surefire winner in the best letter of 2022 category. There will not be a draw or tiebreaker here. And the winner is from Nightwing's own Wes Abbott. And once again, just like I said, nothing fancy, nothing. It just, he knows how to do it.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it. And it flows so goddamn well. That dude knows how to flow a page. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then just do yourself a favor and go read Nightwing. You won't be mad at me. You won't.
I don't think anybody could be mad reading that book.
No. Carrying on. Oh boy. Another highly overlooked profession in the comic book industry. Oftentimes not even a cover credit. The colorist. Um, it drives me nuts that when I look on a cover and I only see two names. I often, I hear people refer to colorists as finishers, not artists, often, and it fucking makes me boil, man, because this is an art. This is not paint where you just drop the paintbrush in and it fills it for you.
Yeah.
It's not a computer program. I mean, it takes a real skill to understand how to make this shit work and pop and make you want to turn the page. Because there's bad coloring out there. There is, and that's it's.
But when you can apply it to a book, it really can be the difference of making a good book and an amazing book.
Mhm.
It just having that extra set of eyes on it to really emphasize what the artist is doing and really making stuff stand out. It's a game changer, and I think that to get nominated obviously is going to be a big deal. but to really say you stand out in a field that is just it's very tough. Like I say, it's an unsung art, but to stand out in this field, it's definitely saying something.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, this wasn't a very difficult list for me to put together.
Hmm.
There were just clear standouts this year. My eyes just remembered. But before we get into our nominations, Moneybags, let's talk about some of these write-ins here.
Okay.
Tamara Bonvillain, she was coloring World's Finest, getting written in. Um, I'm very familiar with her work.
Yeah, she's great.
She's never disappointed me. She's a top tier artist for sure. Marcio Menez, that written in there. Not familiar. I'm sure I've seen their work. Whoever wrote them in did not specify as to what they've done, but regardless, they're going to get their accolades here as a write-in nominee for the 4th annual 2022 Cheers to Comics. Cheersies. Um, Coloring Reckless, Jacob Phillips getting some recognition this year. Fans liking Jacob Phillips. Matt Wilson being written in. Matt Wilson every year. I feel like he colors half of Marvel's books. The guy is
Yeah.
an absolute machine. He's a machine. Yeah, no, he's kind of a no-brainer nominee every
Hmm.
year. Like when you're going through, your staple list of colorists, he's always up there. He's been doing it forever. So once again, I kind of left out some of the no-brainers this year in a lot of categories because I figure they have their fans. They'll write them in.
Yeah.
And then we move on to ours, coloring Night of the Ghoul as well as drawing it. Francesco Francavilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing work, just making that whole vintage era just pop off the page.
Yeah, no, that it takes to like a very vintage time in
Hmm.
horror comics for sure. Like it was very nostalgic, his color style and what you want in that type of story. He knew what was going to work. He knew exactly the type of palette that he needed to tell this gruesome tale, and it he nailed it
Yeah.
hard. Um, Kevin Nipstein on 8 Billion Genies. This was the first thing that caught my eye when I opened that book. Was the way he colored it. Those genies are no easy feat to do. Like
Hmm.
I mean, they're like all individual galaxies and shit.
Yeah.
And they have their own dimension to them. They pop off the page. Like they almost stand off the page. And that's the coloring. You can't have that simple, goofy little. I mean, I don't, and it's going to sound in no way disrespectful. I don't want this to sound disrespectful, but a character design that of, like a 4-year-old can come up with
Yeah.
without that palette behind it to make it
Hmm.
work and be lovable. I'm not taking away from the art in this book at all.
Oh,
Art
of
is
course not.
top
But it
tier
does.
phenomenal. It's just that the
Yeah.
particular character design of the genies are just, I mean, not far off from a stick figure,
Hmm.
but they're compelling because of the way they're colored.
Yes.
And yeah, carries the book. I mean, like I said, everything about the book is great, but if I had to rank coloring, writing, and art as far as how I view this book, coloring is up front, very top.
Hmm.
That is, to me, that is the highest talent in this book. No disrespect to anything else. All of the utmost respect to Kevin Nipstein. I want to see his name on the cover of every book from now on. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
Jean-Francois Boileau coloring Twig. Dude. I mean, that is glorious. Glorious. That is
Yes.
exactly what I want That is, I mean, just every single page could be framed and posterized because of the coloring in it. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Adriano Lucas coloring Nightwing. Duh. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's stunning.
It's a no-brainer.
Every single page.
Yes.
Yeah. Stunning. Rico Renzi. Come on. Those colors in Grimm. Just,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It felt like another kind of no-brainer that needed to be shouted about this year. And then Mattia Iacano. I mean,
Yes.
I've opened up Dead Lucky. I've seen those colors. That shit is bright and beautiful.
Yeah.
Pops, dimensional.
It makes San Francisco its own character instead of just being the backdrop of the characters.
I like that. Yeah. No, it's man. No, it's a good time to be a fan of Spectrum this year. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Because
No,
it was done well.
Oh yeah, absolutely it was. Like I say, there's just so much with the coloring that just really made some of these stories just really pop out and really took these books to a whole different level. Like it might sound cliche, but it's the truth. And especially if you see it done right, it just elevates that status so much more.
You're absolutely right. You couldn't have said it any better. Well, the people have spoken, but before we hear what they have to say, Moneybags, what are you saying about the best colorist of 2022?
Oh man, this was tough.
This was one of the hardest decisions I had to make this year.
Yeah, like I wasn't really even sure where to go, but I went with Mattia Iacona from Dead Lucky. Yep,
Nice.
Because the thing is, that book has so many different elements going on with it, and it's one of the best reads you're going to make in a month. But to see how you can just make a city a character, and literally that's what you have with San Francisco in this book, and it's a lot to do with that coloring. Like I always kind of sit there when I do the reviews for it, I was like, it's not just the backdrop; it just has its own sensibility to it. Like it's just kind of like you understand why people are really so passionate about what is going on there and just the struggles that you see with Morrow and the Salvation Gang and BB all just kind of fighting amongst each other because really just how this is all presented is like you can see the sense just the the magic that is here in San Francisco. And like I say, it's a lot to do with that coloring because it just makes it stand out on its own.
I like it. I like it a lot, man. Yeah, like you said, this was one of the more difficult decisions of the year. Man, this was hard. It really was. Like the four that I originally nominated. I mean, even now, like I'm having a hard time remembering what I even voted for because it can go either way with me.
Yeah.
But I'd have to go with 8 Billion Genies.
Okay.
Because it is such a simple palette. Like it's not a colorful book. That's the thing. But it's not muddy either. It's the palette behind it that makes it so impressive. Maroons and blues. Like that's what you see on the cover is mostly what the book is. And somehow it still is. I don't know, man. It just pops. Like I said, it's almost 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was really, really hard not picking Francois Boileau just because, I mean, I read the last issue of Twig just recently, and I mean, it's still just those colors are simmering in the top of my brain. Like it's gorgeous, but I don't know, man. I'd have to give it to Kevin Epstein this year. Like he did something special. He came out of nowhere. I don't recognize the name anywhere else. I'm sure he's done stuff that I've seen before.
Not sure,
but whatever he's done before, it was taken to a next level on 8 Billion Genies, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it. The people have spoken, though. And the winner, and this was a tight one. Like, this was pretty close all the way around.
That's all I'd say yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, seriously. But we do have a surefire winner. And the winner for the Cheersie for best color artist of all of 2022 goes the man of Nightwing, one Adriano Lucas. Come on. I don't disagree. I mean, I feel it's well deserved, man. It's the dude. I mean, just look at the cover I have up on the graphic. That's special. Yeah. That's special. Like that pops, and it's 2 colors. It's orange and blue.
Yeah,
that's it. That's a thing of beauty. And that's what I love about those Nightwing books too. When Redondo does the cover, is you open it up, and sometimes you can be deceived. You open it up, you see a beautiful cover, and then you're like, well, this isn't what I was. What? Not on Nightwing, man. Nah, the fun just continues from the cover once you pop it open.
Yeah, it's an amazing read.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, it's getting exciting, Ken. Let's talk about the best doodler.
Oh man,
man,
such a field this year too.
It really is. It really is. It was hard to come up with, but at the same time, as the year went on, I knew who stood out to me. That's for sure. So, god damn, look at all those. Oh boy, before we get into all of these fantastic illustrators that Moneybags and myself nominated, let's talk about all of the fantastic illustrators that you nominated. How about Marco Cacchetto? That dude's always a beast.
Oh yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what he did this year. Wait, no, he's still doing Daredevil. What am I saying? Yeah, it's Cacchetto and Zdarsky on Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, well deserved there. Let's see.
Carlos Magno from Savage Avengers got a lot of write-in love.
Oh, yes, he did. Damn. I love that. Marcio Takara of Poison Ivy getting written in there.
Mm-hmm.
Rightfully so. See, I thought there was a million different write-ins. It seems to be quite a few of just the same people.
You know what people did though is when we did the nominations, a little peek behind the curtain, like we just put a couple books that people would know, and people were still writing in and saying about other books they were doing this year.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. Stan Yak of Partisan 42. I can't say I've read Partisan 42, but I know Stan Yak's an absolute beast. I follow him on social. Highly underrated up-and-comer. You'll see. Bilquis Evely. Not sure what she did. Sean Daly being written in there. Sean Daly's got some fans. Ryan Otley of One Incredible Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Mason being written in on Spider-Punk. I got to the, what do I have here? 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9.
10. Or no, we had 9 and then 10 was the write-in.
Yeah. I really want Justin Mason is a very well-deserved nominee this year from Spider-Punk. That was a lot of fun. That was a cool style. It almost gave me Daniel Warren Johnson vibes, and that's,
I could see that.
Yeah. Almost. Like, that dude's a beast in his own. But yeah, no, Justin Mason's a beast of his own as well. Like, when you can, I mean, Daniel Warren Johnson's one of my favorite working creators right now, and yeah, so if not my favorite. So you come close to that, you have my heart, son.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that about does it for all the write-ins. Am I
Liam
missing
Sharp.
anything? Oh yeah, Liam Sharp. He's still doing Green Lantern, I think, right? Or was doing Green Lantern while that was going. Yeah, I guess that
Well,
ended this year.
that ended because they're starting the split book. Jordan's getting one.
Who's getting one?
John.
Hmm.
Yep. So they're going to do 2 monthly Green Lanterns.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about our nominees here, huh?
All right.
Why don't you talk about the ones that you tossed in there?
Well, the first one that comes to mind is The Dead Lucky and French Carlo. Everything about this book is just such a cool visual every month, and it pairs perfectly with Melissa Flores' the world. Such a fantastic visual experience, and really seeing how French is just juggling all these different elements is just been absolutely a blast to read and watch every month.
Nice.
And also, and keeping it in the Massiverse too, Abel with what he's done with Rogue Sun has been a absolute blast as well. And especially that book never ceases to take a story in a different direction. And each time he takes Ryan's creativity and just takes it to a whole different level. And just absolutely blown away by that book each and every time too.
Nice. Nice, man. There were definitely some baller artists this year, man. And it's almost an entirely new lineup from last year.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's huge. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing for comics.
Hmm.
I'm gonna start with Corey Smith on Ghostwriter. All the reasons I stated over the last almost 4 hours, like it's fucking metal, man.
Yeah.
Is as metal as yeah. Um, Dan Mora between Once and Future and Power Rangers and
World's
World's
Finest.
Finest. The guy's been an absolute monster this year. He's a monster. Always is, always will be. And he just has a style too. It doesn't matter if he's doing Power Rangers or Once and Future. Like it's Dan Mora art. Just he's got a steez to him that is unmistakable.
Hmm.
Francesco Francavilla, all of the reasons stated above. I mean, it's the guy brought the exact style that you want to the story. Like it's like nostalgic, old school horror, and done superbly.
Yeah.
So yeah. Juan Ferreira on Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Are you reading Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man?
No, I gotta get into it.
Dude, the art in this, it is so cool. Like Spider-Man's been drawn a trillion different ways. Everybody has their own style of Spider-Man. Juan Ferreira's might be my favorite version. And I mean, like I said, all of the ballers have drawn Spider-Man. I
Hmm.
don't think I like anybody's Spider-Man more than Juan Ferreira's. And I mean,
Wow.
anybody's Spider-Man. I'm including the King in there. I
That's
really
crazy.
think that Juan Ferreira captured modern Spider-Man. It is so amazing what he does with this character. Roger Antonio on Carnage. It's just fucking metal, man. It's done so well. So well. It's I don't know. It helped draw me into a story that I didn't think I would make past the first issue. And I think the art was the biggest part of it. Flaviano on Grimm getting the nomination for obvious reasons. Like that book is beautiful in every way, every single way. And then Daniel Warren Johnson on Do a Power Bomb. Like like you could feel the fucking art in this book. You could feel it. When I say electrifying, that's what it was. And the way he did action sequences, like the way he fucking drew out a suplex.
Yeah.
If the WWE did their live events drawn by Daniel Warren Johnson, I would tune into that every single fucking
amazing.
week.
That'd be so good.
I would screw the actors. You just need voice actors. Fuck it. They can all go off and be movie stars and preserve their bodies. They just have to do the promotions, and Daniel Warren Johnson, he'll do the heavy lifting for it. Like I would tune in because he can do it. He has the capability to do it, and he proved it. And do a power bomb. It's yeah. Who you like here, man?
Tough field, and like Sean said in the chat, all these artists are great, and you know what? He's exactly right. But I've said this many times on the podcast, and I stick to my guns on this one. It's Dan Mora. He is the best penciler, artist, illustrator in comics today. He has a style that's all his own. The action sequences he does just fly off the page, and you feel like you're on a roller coaster ride every time you're reading and stuff. It just absolutely blows me away with just how much he's bringing to every single book that he does, and especially such the body of work this year too between Power Rangers, Once and Future, which is a whole different vibe on its own, and then World's Finest.
Yeah, no, Dan Mora is undeniable. It's hard to deny his talent, man. It's real hard. This was a very difficult decision for me this year. Fuck, it was hard. Originally, I thought that for most of the year, I thought Corey Smith was my guy on Ghost Rider. I did. And then Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man came out. And I mean, it's one of those things where I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing when I first experienced opening up that page. Like that's how much that experience stuck with me. But then, god damn it, I read Do a Power Bomb at the end of the year. And Daniel Warren Johnson has solidified himself as my favorite working artist in comics. Period.
Great pick.
Everything he's done, like the dude has never taken a step back. Not one time has he ever disappointed. Yeah, I have to give it to Daniel Warren Johnson. He is still my favorite artist. But the others have spoken. And Ken, would you like to know what the others have to say?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, we'll tell them.
The winner of the Best Illustrator for 2022 is Dan Mora from Once and Future, Power Rangers, and World's Finest.
That's a big deal, winning a Cheersie for Best Illustrator. It's a big deal. Yeah, he's going to put that on the cover of his next trade paperback. Volume 5 of Once and Future, Cheersie winner.
That would be amazing. Well, especially because it's the last volume too. But no, this one definitely was going back and forth between him and Bruno Ronaldo from Redondo from Nightwing.
Honestly, up until just recently, Redondo had it by a mile.
Yeah,
by a mile. But I'm not ashamed to say that Dan Mora came out and won it by a mile.
Yeah, no, there was a whole
he charged like 2 miles ahead in the final because he was down. He was down hard, and he came out with a vengeance. I don't. The fans spoke. Dan Mora didn't come on here and vote a million times. That was you guys.
Did he? No.
Or did he?
Well, you know, it probably had to do with the late minute surge because obviously Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers Volume Number 2, Volume 1 came out.
Well,
And
you know what? Power Rangers was trending on Twitter the last 2 days, and when you clicked on that trend, Dan Mora was the first name that came up.
Yeah.
So with all of the sad news revolving around Power Rangers recently and it tweeting, and you click on Twitter, and the first name that comes up is Dan Mora, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it wasn't deserved. God damn. That dude deserves best artist of all of 2022 because he didn't let up at all, man. I mean, he did amazing things. Amazing things. So congratulations there. Moneybags, we got a couple left.
Oh man, the toughest award by far is up next because the field here was so jam-packed. I knew people, including my co-host, who literally saw this and said, I'm not even going to try making a choice. You can't choose who was best writer this year. The field is just too stacked.
Yeah. No, it's like it is a good year to be a comic book fan, man. It's a damn good year. Let's keep it suspenseful before we reveal who we thought the best of 22 was. Let's see the write-ins that were mentioned here.
Sure.
Starting with Philip Kennedy Johnson. No argument there.
No.
Alien, Action Comics. You know, the guy, he's a beast. G. Willow Wilson on Poison Ivy. People like that Poison Ivy, man.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Oh yeah.
And rightfully so. It's a great book.
Cody Ziegler of Spider-Punk getting some love there. I like that. I like that a lot because he's a new face for sure. Like he hasn't been doing it for long. So to come out on a Spider book and do what he did and then get a nom for best writer, that's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Jeremy Adams. You familiar with Jeremy Adams? I'm not sure what Jeremy Adams is done.
But I'm blanking on like what book exactly.
Yeah, I can't put a cover to the name on a title, but regardless, you got yourself a Cheersies nomination, Jeremy Adams. Jed McKay of Moon Knight. And, you know, I gotta say, like, I think he's doing good things with Moon Knight. Really good things with Moon Knight. No argument there. Josh Warner of Winchester Mystery House. So there's some more Winchester Mystery House love there. Ed Brubaker of Reckless. We all love Ed Brubaker. He's great. Yeah, the dude's a monster. Kyle Higgins of One Radiant Black. Radiant Black has been, man. To me, that's the staple book. Like I know it's the first one, but I feel like that's the one. I haven't gone nearly in depth as you have, but Radiant Black is phenomenal. It made me feel like how I felt as a kid watching Power Rangers for the first time. I got that adult feeling reading Radiant Black. Once that 6th issue kicked in and it all, yeah. Let's see here. Who else? Matthew Rosenberg being written in there. Matthew Rosenberg does great things.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
One Benjamin Percy. Benjamin, man, what he's doing with Wolverine, like I've already talked about it. He's amazing. That dude just he understands his characters' voices as well as anybody else. Ah, and then David Pepos getting written in there. David Pepos getting some love. I dig that. I
Yes.
dig that a lot. And I like seeing him up here with all of these monster beasts writers, man. After like I said, there's with what he did. I mean, coming on 4 years ago, all he had under his belt was Spencer and Locke, and now with what he's doing, it's an absolute success story. David Pepos, so I enjoy seeing it.
Yeah.
Um, so that's who you all thought.
And just to clarify too, Jeremy Adams writes the Flash. Just did a web
Oh,
search.
okay. All right, cool. Right on. Good to know. Thank you. That was gonna drive me nuts.
Yeah.
It was like a last minute write-in. I was trying to stay in tune with all these write-ins, but they were coming in faster than I came up with, man. Oh, and here are ours. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Huh. That's still the illustrator. Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
yeah. I was gonna say the writer field, definitely a jam-packed page, and definitely a stacked lineup. Like this, I can't stress enough. Like this one, I think was the most highly contested and really finalized who won just a couple days ago. Like this was really going back and forth the entire time of voting. So absolutely amazing to see just the turnout for this.
Yes. Yes. And honestly, I'm very proud of the turnout in this category. Like the writers that showed support for all of this was. I mean, some of these people have been nominated for best writer 4 years in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Cheersies are catching on, people. It'll be a staple name in no time. You'll see. You'll see. All right, man. This was quite the list to put together, Ken.
Yes.
But at the same time, not hard because all of these people, all of them, are monsters this year. Absolute killers. Let's start with Zarsky taking over Batman while still doing Daredevil. Two mainstay IPs in two different universes and doing top tier work.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's I don't know. Zarsky is always a top contender, so it's nice to see him staying consistent. That's for damn sure. Scott Snyder's another one of those. Is just you, his name's in the talk every year. He just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. I'm not asking him to. I don't want him to ever.
No, but
Um,
if you think about the year that he's done, especially with comic Datsun, The Forever Machine, Canary, Barnstormers, and Book of Evil, and especially what he's got coming next year, on top of finishing off Night of the Ghoul and Clear and all the and we have Demons, like, and that's just to name those books that he does there. We're not even
mhm.
talking about Undiscovered Country and Noctera and the other books that he writes. Like he's just absolutely putting out hit after hit after hit after hit, and each book has a different uh premise to it. It's never feeling like you're reading the same story. Like it's just
Yeah,
how
he's
much of
not
a
a
talent
one
he is.
trick pony at all. Like
No.
he is a jack of many. That's for
Yes.
sure. Tom Taylor. Like I said, he's it's. I'll be surprised if there's ever a year where he's not a top contender for best writer.
Yeah.
You know, and even with him only doing DC this year, with the exception of the last couple issues of Dark Ages, uh, I mean, to be in the talks writing only DC books, and like I said, DC is not great, but surprise, surprise, he's writing two of the three best DC books. So, I mean, yeah, he's and then mini series on top of it all, and he's he killed it this year, man. He killed it. Daniel Warren Johnson. Uh, he did obviously do a power bomb. He also did that Wonder Woman book.
Mhm.
He's an
Jurassic
absolute
League too?
monster. What's that? Oh,
I
and
was gonna
Jurassic League. Yes. Yeah. He wrote Jurassic League. Didn't draw Jurassic League. Did some covers.
say he
But
did covers.
yeah. But he wrote it and the book took off. Like it should have been a campy, like, oh, this is a definite dollar bin book. When you think of, oh, I'm gonna make dinosaurs out. No. He made it cool as fuck.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Everything Rom V has done this year, from his tiny time that he's had on Detective so far, Carnage, Venom. Rom V is a top tier writer. He has established himself. Swamp Thing, just a beast, an absolute beast. There's no character out there that he could do where I'm like, fuck that. If Rom V's doing it, I'll give it a shot. Like I said, I had symbiote fatigue, and Venom and Carnage are some of my favorite things still.
Yeah.
Like he's still making them interesting. What Stephanie Phillips has done this year is incredible. More so, I mean, with Grimm, her name, her characters, her title has been spoken of quite often in
Mhm.
the last 4 hours. It's only right that she gets a nod for best writer, because she was definitely a top tier creator this year, man, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
she killed it,
Stuff
absolutely
she did
killed it.
stuff she did on Comixology too was some of the best stuff this year too.
Yeah, nice. You convinced me to get a Comixology subscription just a few weeks ago, so yeah, you tell them that they got my money, and I'll be checking out some Comixology because of the ODPH. Only because of the ODPH. I wouldn't have done it otherwise, I promise you.
Well, like I said,
Um,
they've got so much good quality stuff there, and like I said, this year like most of the stuff they came with, like I could not stop screaming about like how amazing it was. Like just the quality of stuff, it's well worth the price too of admission.
yeah, yeah. Um, Melissa Flores getting a lot of love with Dead Lucky,
Mhm.
and now Power Rangers. So she's getting noticed. She's kind of like the dark horse in all of this. She just kind of came up out of nowhere, and I'll be damned, well deserved.
Yeah. Dead
This is a
Lucky.
big year. It's hard to stand out this year, man. Very hard. And
Yeah.
she did it.
I know. Well, like I say, all the work with Dead Lucky, which I scream, more people need to be talking about this book. It is so good. Bibiana is just such a fantastic character, and we like it is just a must read each issue. And you, like I said, Rangers and absolutely crushing it, especially coming out from the Ryan Parrott finale. Just 3 issues in, and you're already like, wow, just blown away.
Yeah. Well, you have me convinced, because I have been collecting everything in the Massiveverse. I just haven't got around to reading everything yet. So no, Dead Lucky's definitely something that I'll be digging out of my boxes for sure after this. Um, yeah, man. I mean, the series has gotten, and it's not just based off of your word either. Like this whole Massiveverse, the people speak. I listen to this. A lot of the reason I do this is to maybe convince me of something.
Mhm.
And not that I was off put by any of this at all, but now it's become a priority, if you will. And then our last nominee for best overall writer,
Well, actually,
all
no,
of 22. Oh, are there more?
there's 2, so it depends on which one you're going with next.
Oh,
Because
go
there's
ahead.
Ryan Parrott.
Oh, did I leave Ryan? Oh, there is. I
Yep.
totally skipped over Ryan Parrott. Haha.
Uh,
Yes, no, Ryan Parrott is another, just the dude could do no wrong this year, man. Like with
mhm.
what he helped create and what he helps continue to keep going with my nostalgia. He's I don't know. He's a very well-deserved creator and writer, and this year's
Yeah,
nominees. Like, there's no denying what he's done. He's, and I feel like this year the Power Rangers have been bigger than they have been in so many years. So many years. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have great comics. We have another media source to pull from to get these amazing stories and characters that, we all grew up on. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. It's very respectable that he can go off and do the massive verse and still be tied to the Power Rangers and helping create or keeping that universe as strong as he helped build it.
yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah,
ending the 6-year run this year is just astounding, and especially for like the memorable moments that he left. Like I said, the Eltarian War is like one of the most classic storylines I've read in all of comics, let alone in the Power Rangers universe. The Charge to 100 did not disappoint. Issue 100 was about as perfect as you can get to sign everything off and cement his legacy as one of the best Power Ranger writers of all time. And then let alone kick off Rogue Sun this year, which has been just an absolute blast to read, especially from if you've only read Supermassive and you jump in now. There's a lot of stuff that has changed since that issue to Rogue Sun #1. And then you go through all the twists and turns that happen, let alone he did an issue that I think was so challenging, but yet so amazing as a reader. He did a choose your own adventure book in Rogue Sun #7.
yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out, man. I heard some talk about that, and
It's crazy, but he pulls it off like nobody else could, and it works on so many levels.
nice, man. Nice. Well deserved nominee there. And then our final nominee for best overall writer in all of 2022 is James Tynan the fourth.
Yes.
For once again, obvious reasons. The guy just, I mean, he did a Batman run. His Joker run was great. His indie stuff is phenomenal. He's doing it, man, and he's still
Yeah.
here. He's
Yeah,
still
and still
here.
got the movie coming out next year.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a Kickstarter that fully funded for movie room service.
Oh no
So
shit.
so that you'll start hearing a little bit more about. I'm not sure when it goes into filming and all that nonsense that is involved with films, but I do know that yeah, it was part of the Kickstarter. Definitely crushed that goal, and you'll be seeing some more hype get announced about that in 2023.
Hell yeah, man. Good for him. I'm
Yeah.
happy for him. All right. The people spoke. What did you say?
Oh man, this was tough. This was really tough. All of the nominees deserve it. And there's no wrong pick here. But what I elected to go with was who had the most consistency, who put out the most stuff this year. And for me, it was Scott Snyder from every single project he did this year. Never felt like there was a drop off. It was all quality. The next wave of the Best Jacket Press stuff has been absolutely fantastic. To see him do an all ages book with Dudley Datson, and you can tell how much fun he's having
Yeah.
doing these books. Like it's just been absolutely incredible. And like I say, all of them have a different vibe. And that's just one line. We're not even talking about the image stuff. We're not talking about the one book he has for IDW. Like it's just amazing to see what he's been doing in this short amount of time. And you can just tell it's just every issue is just getting better and better. And Canary could be a nominee for best horror series next year.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh my,
Uh,
that a horror western is just been absolutely amazing, and where they've gone, like the next issue that's coming out, everybody is basically said nobody is ready for it, and you've already seen some really powerful imageries thus far. I am like excited, but yet like very like okay, gotta check this out. But like trying to really get ready to see some wild thing and unfold in that page.
nice, man. Nice. Scott Snyder's never a bad choice. Never a bad choice. I mean, it's really no mystery ever as to who I choose for best writer. If you know me, you know. It's going to be hard for anybody to surpass what I believe to be the best writer in comics is Tom Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that he has held steady as the overall just, I mean, with everything that he produces, all the different genres and everything, he can do horror with Deceased. He can do the most heartfelt Superman story you've ever read in your life. He can do it all. He can somehow do a horror story in the most heartfelt story you've ever read in your life, like the Nightwing annual. Shit, we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, he just does it. So Tom Taylor gets my vote. I mean, don't get me wrong. Daniel Warren Johnson had me questioning things for a second. Would do a power bomb, but then I just look at the overall body of work and the production of the year, and it's hard to stay consistent when you put out as much as Tom Taylor does. So, I mean, Tom Taylor gets my vote. Well, let's see what the people have to say, huh? Oh man, this is exciting. This is so exciting. People, oh man. I guess we'll let the suspense go. And the winner for best writer in all of comics in the year of 2022 goes to the man behind such titles as Dark Knights of Steel, Nightwing, and so many more. The most lovable Aussie I've yet to meet, Tom Taylor. Tom Math Taylor.
Yeah, what can you say? I mean, obviously, Nightwing has been getting so much praise and rightfully so. Everything Tom Taylor does has been amazing as well. So you can't ever go wrong with that.
Yeah. No, you can't. But it could have been any of these people, man.
Oh,
It
absolutely.
really could have. Like the fans definitely turned out. This wasn't a landslide by any means. It really wasn't. I mean, it was pretty close. And man, I don't know. I'm happy to see this kind of turnout. I'm happy to see all the write-ins for best writer. And it's just, this is my favorite category of the year. It really is. Well, I take that back. It's my second favorite category. Because up next is my favorite category of the year.
The premier Cheersie.
Yes. The Cheersie. To
Yes.
me, I find it to be the most important category because this is a category to where I mean you can sway somebody with a single issue. You can change somebody's mind with a single issue. You can turn somebody into a full-on junkie like ourselves with a single issue.
It's true.
It's hard to recommend things. You know, I'm sure you get the same type of sensory overload when someone says, "Hey, what do you recommend?"
Yeah.
This category makes it very easy. You know, when you just say, "Hey, it's whoever won the best Cheersie or Cheersie," like, it helps. But man, is it hard to pick a favorite one single issue of the entire year. One single issue that stands out above the thousands and thousands of issues that came out throughout the entire year. Not a series, an issue within a series. And I tell you what, man, there were some single issues this year that are burned into my skull that I'll never forget. And to me, that's what makes the best single issue of the year. One that you'll never forget, one that you can easily off the top of your head, hey, I like so and so. What do you recommend? Bam, this one. So, oh man, there were some good responses this year for sure. Lots of write-ins, naturally, as I would suspect. Let's go through these write-ins real quick, because there were some definite good ones. Batman 125, Chip Zdarsky's premiere issue on Batman. Great intro. Awesome book. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Superman Son of Kal-El number 60. Off the top of my head, I don't recall the exact events. Let's see. This is a very recent issue. Like one of the most recent issues, actually, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm blanking on what transpired there.
Yeah, I might be an issue or two behind, so that might be why. But regardless, somebody out there thought this was the best issue of the year. Batman One Bad Day Two-Face. I'm going to talk about something real quick because I have a last minute write-in.
Okay.
On the whole Batman One Bad Day. Did you read any of those?
Yeah, I did. Actually, the recommendation is Sean from the Caption Life, who's in the chat.
Is that right?
Yep. So I have read the Riddler one. Thought that was very, very cool.
Okay. Well, I recently read the Penguin issue. And being a Penguin fan myself, I wish I would have read it 3 weeks earlier, because that would have swayed some things with my my voting. Let's put it that way. But I am going to just throw out there, Batman One Bad Day, the Penguin. Holy shit! I mean, people laugh at me when I say the Penguin is the most gangster motherfucker in the DC universe. What the fuck? You know who doesn't? Or you know who also agrees with me? Is the motherfuckers that created this book.
Yeah.
He is the kingpin of the DC universe. And oh my god, that issue was so incredible. I am 100% going through reading the rest of the One Bad Days. I hear the Mr. Freeze is phenomenal.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, no, I will just throwing it out there because I already had the poll up and everything after I read it. Definitely would have been a nominee for me if I would have put this list together a few weeks further. No doubt about it. I would have crammed another image into that graphic.
I was going to say, how excited are you for the Penguin series coming out next year?
Is there an actual Penguin series coming?
Tom King writing.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I will send you the link for it. Tom King, I believe, is writing it, and the Penguin now has to work for the U.S. government for reasons.
Oh my god!
I'll send you the link,
bro. That just made my year. Most anticipated comic of 2023 is now Tom King's Penguin series. Holy shit! I cannot wait to see what he does with my character.
I'm pretty sure it's part of the new Dawn of DC.
Yeah. Oh man. Sorry, you caught me off guard there, bro. Like that's huge news. That's huge news. What else do we have in here? Let's see. The Black Knight X-Men crossover was touted as best single issue of 2022. David Pepos' Fantastic Four number 46.
Oh, Die Hard in the back of
that. That was a fun little arc there. Daredevil number 5, that was I can't disagree with that. That was a really good issue. Them going through kind of building a team of their own. That was so well written. ASM number 83. What was that? What happened in 83? Shit. I
Was that
forget.
when like Ben Riley? No, that was the end of what's his name is around there.
Yeah.
No, or was that when Ben Riley turned into the Chasm?
That was the last issue. That was 93. But I
Okay.
believe something happens with Ben in that one. I remember reading 83 and liking it, but for whatever reason I don't remember what happened. Shame. Superman World War Apocalypse being nominated for best single issue. Rogues Gallery #1. People loving Rogues Gallery, man. Fantastic Four Full Circle. So now we're getting into ours.
Mm-hmm.
Our nominees. I recently read Fantastic Four Full Circle, and Alex Ross created one of the most beautiful looking comics of the year. Once again, I
Yeah.
read it after the nominees, or we nominated. When you told me, hey, Fantastic Four needs to be added, and I was like, all right. And I went and I read it, and I was like, well, shit. I would have nominated Alex Ross for Best Artist if this, if I
Yeah,
would have known about this sooner. Holy shit.
it's crazy because it kind of flew under the radar because this is part of the Marvel Arts deal. So this is a book that came out with a partnership between Abrams Comic Arts and Marvel Comics. So they're doing this in the graphic novel style that if you're an older reader, you know they used to do this in the 80s a lot of time, like Emperor Doom. And well, probably the most popular one, at least in my opinion, was God Love Man Kills, which was the
Mhm.
inspiration for X2 United from the X-Men early franchise.
Yes.
So they're kind of bringing that back with this book, and this was all Alex Ross artwork, not painted, just
Yeah.
artwork.
Yeah, no, I've never seen this style from him. And I mean, it's absolutely beautiful.
Mhm.
I'm so glad that you recommended this book for best single issue because especially after going through and reading it, very, very well deserved.
Yeah.
Um, let's see here. Do a power bomb #7 for reasons that you've already stated.
Yeah.
Just an absolutely beautiful issue. Beautiful. Ghost Rider #5 to me was one of the most metal issues I've ever read, not just of the year, but just ever.
Mhm.
Corey Smith, the way he did that book, man, that art, the I still picture Johnny's like ripping flesh off of his skull, like it just burned into my head. Like, it's just it captured exactly what that character is,
Yeah.
exactly what I imagine that character should be. So yeah, I think Ghost Rider 5 was amazing. Dark Ride #2, bro. I still have nightmares about that fucking ending of that panel. I'm not even lying. Like it, I go to sleep and that final panel of issue #2 still disturbs me in my dreams.
Yeah.
Um, and to me, that's the making of a damn good book. Like if it stays with you while you're sleeping, then it made an impression for sure. And I mean, it's that issue is why I nominated Dark Ride as best horror series. Let's see, what else do we have? Freak Show Kingdom. Now this book came out at the very first week of the year.
Mhm.
Out of Second Sight Publishing, Jonathan Hedrick. And I promise you, if this book came out of any other publisher, this book would be big,
Yeah.
huge. It is one of the most beautiful pieces of literature I've ever read. Yeah, let me. No, it's absolutely gorgeous. I very much hope to see Freak Show Kingdom's universe actually get expanded in the way it teases at the end, but not through Second Sight Publishing. Like, I don't mean to knock a publisher, but just I know people there personally, and I know it's run in a way to destroy creators. That's all there is. I'm warning creators now. If you want your book to do anything, keep it out of second sight. And this book would be massive otherwise. It is that well written. It is, Jesus Christ, man. I can't recommend this book enough. And for me, when I'm putting the list together, the first book I put on the list is the first book I read of 2022. It speaks volumes. Absolute volumes. Jeff Lemire's 10,000 Black Feathers, specifically issue number 3. I read the first issue. I haven't gotten the number 3, but people seem to agree with this nomination. Someone told me before I was putting the list together, put this in there. You'll see. And they were right. People love this series and that particular issue. The Nightwing annual, more specifically, the origin of Heartless, the first story in there. Jesus, dude. When I was saying how Tom Taylor can do beautiful and disturbing at the same time, that's what this book is, the Nightwing annual. Incredible story. And annuals usually don't stand out.
No, they're usually one and dones and you forget about them, but no, this one definitely stood out for the right reasons.
Yes. Oh man. And then we have Radiant Black number 18.
Yes.
I've heard so many great things about this particular issue. How it just took things to a whole nother, not just the series, but just comic book storytelling to another level. Admittedly and seemingly, I'm behind. I haven't gotten to that yet because I'm sure I would have remembered that type of experience. Yeah, no, people very much into Radiant Black number 18.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, just to speak on it super quickly, the setup for it is the origin of Radiant Yellow, but how they do it is each page is broken down into 4 sections, and it's 4 sections of his life. And they go straight across the entire book. And there is a gatefold. Yeah. So the top line on each book is about like a certain time period of him. Then it's the next like 10 years after.
That is
then
cool.
It's the next, and then the final one on the bottom is the future. And not spoiling anything there, but there's like it's almost like a this is your life, so to speak. And
that's pretty rad, man.
Yeah, and there's a gatefold version out that you can buy that you can just literally fold out, and it's the whole book, too. Yeah. So Kyle Higgins, yeah, like I say, it's just another thing that the Massiverse does. Like I say, Kyle Higgins and Michael Basittle just really come up with these creative ways to market and present books. And this one definitely caught me off guard because I remember reading and I was like, because I got it sent to me as a press copy, and I was like, holy crap. Like this is some next level storytelling, and it delivers on it. Like you go through it so many times and you're just like, this is like true comic art.
That's fucking awesome, man. That's what I like to hear. And then the last entry and nominee for the best single issue 2022 is one Mighty Morphin Power Rangers number 100.
Yeah.
And after reading it, I get it. It's fucking awesome, man. What would you say yours is?
Fantastic Four full circle.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I legit went back and forth between this and Radiant Black, but I think it's so hard these days to capture Jack Kirby, and what Alex Ross did was capture Kirby.
Yeah.
And present it with such a modern flair to it that I was like, I really just felt like I was reading an old school Fantastic Four book, but it didn't feel old. Like it really felt current. And it's it's just such a weird thing to do. But if you can do something like that and take me as a reader back to such a golden era of comics, like you've done your job.
Hell yeah. No, I wouldn't disagree with that. Like I said, after reading it, I thought it was absolutely beautiful. And you're right. It revisited the golden era, for sure. But still kept it crispy and fresh at the same time. Like
Yes.
it's a thing of beauty. For me, I can honestly say that Freak Show Kingdom, a book that can stand out in my head. I'll think about every single Wednesday when a comic comes out the entire year. I compared it to Freak Show Kingdom. That was the standard of comics to me this year. What Jonathan Hedrick did was, I don't know, man. And I thought to myself when putting this on there, I thought, well, who else read this? It came out of Second Sight. And then I looked at the polls and I was like, fuck, other people read this and they agree. They agree. I didn't want that to just, I don't know. I only put it in there because I liked it. I put it in there because it deserves recognition it didn't get. Like I hate to say things about a publisher. I know when a publisher is poisoned, and this book got poisoned. And I hope it lives on because it set up a phenomenal universe. And I said it in the beginning, The Walking Dead better watch the fuck out. Seriously. Like, this is a fucking zombie book with heart. Not rehashed over and over type of stuff. And yes, it was just one single issue, but it wasn't anything like I've read before in a zombie story. It didn't make me feel the way any other zombie book has ever made me feel. And I have to give it to Freak Show Kingdom. I want everybody to go out there and give this book a chance. It is my most recommended single issue of 2022.
Wow.
So, but the others have spoken. Moneybags, you want to do the honors of announcing the best single issue in all
Absolutely.
of 2022?
So taking home the most prized Cheersie of them all is DC Comics Nightwing 2022 Annual.
Bam. Oh man, the origin of Heartless. Man, make some noise. The book was fucked up in a beautiful way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was absolutely incredible. And to get that type of story out of an annual was great. And there was multiple stories in there. And that was just the best one.
Yeah.
You know, we got the Bitewing origin out of that annual. We got a bunch of stuff. And I don't know. What Tom Taylor did this year, I mean, it's just testament as to what Tom Taylor did this year. You know, we're ending the year with a Nightwing annual, the best DC series, best single issue, best writer. Nightwing got what, best colorist as well, best letterer too, I believe.
Yep.
Wes Abbott also. So I mean, it was the year of Nightwing again.
Yeah.
And I wish DC could be consistent like that with all of their titles. You know, it's you just don't see that type of consistency anymore.
No, but I think though, if there is some glimmer of hope, it's the dawn of DC next year. Because the way that I'm reading it with all the new books coming out, it looks like they're going back to that rebirth era. Which I know we just came out of, but remember, it got back to stories. It got back to characters larger than life. It got back to what we love about DC, and especially with some of the books that they're coming out with, it's really a testament to get back to basics. And especially you see this happen with Superman and the big massive reboot they're doing there. To now it's trickling down to we're getting a brand new Doom Patrol book. In March we're getting a brand new one.
It's not Gerard Way writing it, is it?
No.
Okay.
I forget who the team is. I just sent you the article, so you can definitely check it out. But you're having that. You're having The Penguin by Tom King in June of this year. You're having 2 Green Lantern books out. You're going to be getting a lot more that's unfolding. And I think as a fan, you can't help but be excited about this. That, yeah, maybe Nightwing has been the best book of all of comics, and it's debatable, and it's in that top three discussion without question. But I think DC is finally getting back to so much of basics next year, at least on paper. You can't help but have some, hope and optimism.
Well said. Very well said, sir. Man, Ken, it has been an amazing year for comics. Not a year of excuses like we've witnessed in the past couple of years. They came
Right.
heavy, they came hard, fast and swift, man. Bright and all of the other adjectives you can use. Uh, it's been fun. It's been a lot of goddamn fun this year. But alas, we must prepare for the 5th because
Yes.
there will be more. New comics have the first week of comics have just dropped today. The research begins. So, man, Moneybags, it has been awesome. Tell people where they could find the Ocho Duro Parlay Hour.
Very simple. Swing on over to odphpodcast.com and join in the conversation on our social media accounts. They're all right there. Follow, interact. We talk to everybody. We also got the T Public store link, so you can get some ODPH swag, which is always a great gift idea for any time of year. You can also sign up for the Patreon, one tier, $2 a month, and a bonus episode at least gets delivered right to you, where I usually am doing comic deep dives, which I don't get a chance to do on the show that often. But it's always up to chance, so you never know. But that's why you sign up for the deal. And hey, it's right there to you. Classified section, which has friends of the show, such as the family over at 3FN Podcast, the directory, Parlay Points blog section. So if you need comic book recommendations, there's a whole column that drops every single Tuesday and Wednesday that has got some picks of the week that I read, because if they make it to the list and I'm reviewing them, that means I, one, go out and get them, and two, I stand by them. So you're not going to read a bad review. You're going to read good reviews, because I would say go get these books. I'm not going to tell you go buy it. Nonsense. And for anything else, it is the ODPH. It's odphpodcast.com. Thank you, as always, for allowing me to come on here and talk some comics. It's always a pleasure, my brother.
Man, this is my most look forwarded to event of the year, is coming on and having you do it. This is fun. This is what I build up for every year. I can only imagine where we take it next year, Moneybags. This is next level and on to the next. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything you do with this show, man. And I look forward to continuing this amazing relationship, dude. This is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would say. It's Brian is my brother from another comic mother, because, like I say, we talk comics off air so much.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely crazy to think about. So the fact that we actually do this on a show, that's why it's going about 5 hours right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. We chuckled at, it could be a 4-hour show. Here we are.
Yeah.
But man, I appreciate you staying up with me. It's been a lot of fun. Well, shit. I guess I'll talk to you the next time there's things about comics to talk about. In the meantime, I command that you stay safe and read responsibly.